guess. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Is everyone ready to proceed?
Yes,
Yes, Ms. Cunningham, Ms. O'Donnell, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Cameron Smith.
If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Hi, yes, my name is Cameron Smith, Cameron Smith,
And how are you currently employed?
as a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you worked as a special agent for the FBI?
Approximately 5 years.
And where are you currently stationed?
I'm stationed in Kansas City.
How long have you worked for the office in Kansas City?
Approximately 2 years, but over 2 years.
Prior to working for the Kansas City office, where did you work?
I worked here in the Quad Cities.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training that you've received, in order to become a special agent with the FBI?
Sure. So previously I worked in healthcare IT, and I decided to join the FBI to be a special agent. So in September of 2018, I started my career with the FBI and held my training in Quantico, Virginia.
What type of training do you have to go through at Quantico?
Sure. So there are interview classes, interrogation classes, there are legal training, all sorts of training to provide you with the tools needed to be an agent.
And since, I'm assuming you graduated from that program,
Correct.
do you have to do any sort of ongoing training in order to maintain your position as a special agent?
There are provided trainings to you, yes.
What exactly are your duties as a special agent with the FBI?
So I'm an investigator, so that could include opening cases, conducting interviews, conducting searches, anything that a typical investigator would do.
So back in July of 2020, is that when you would have been working with the Quad Cities office?
Yes.
And at some point, did you become involved in an investigation involving a missing child, Breasia Terrell?
I did, yes.
Can you explain how you became involved with that case?
Yes, so I received a call from Davenport Police Department, and they told me there was a missing child, and they wanted to work together to help solve what was going on.
Do you recall approximately when you would have received that call?
I believe it was on July 10th.
So after receiving that call, what initial steps would you have taken with your investigation?
So my initial steps there, from what I remember, would be we did open up a case formally on our side, but initially we went over here to Davenport and went to the police station and started gathering all the details on what was known so far.
And that it would have been on July 10th?
Correct.
What does opening a case with the FBI look like?
Sure. So I would view that as a partnership. So Davenport was driving it, and we were there driving it alongside them.
Did you have a specific role then with the FBI investigation involving this case?
I was the case agent on the case.
What does that mean?
That just means I'm the main point of contact.
How did you then begin your initial investigation?
So initial investigation would be just hearing the story from Davenport, seeing what details or information they have, and then working together on determining next steps.
Were you involved in any interviews or following up on tips, that sort of thing?
I was, yes.
What types of steps would you have been involved with regarding interviews or following up on tips?
So interviews would have been with Andrea Culberson. After that, if individuals called into the FBI and reported or said they had information about the missing victim, those would have been items that we would have followed up on.
Did you have a role in either assisting or orchestrating any search efforts or canvassing efforts?
I did, yes.
Can you explain the role that you would have taken in those efforts?
Sure. So initially, we knew there were vehicles in question. So I would have assisted with ERT and coordinating those efforts to get the vehicles in question searched.
And ERT means what?
That's our evidence response team.
And would that have consisted of notifying Eli McBride?
Yes, that is correct.
And so you were responsible for bringing in the ERT team to assist in executing the search warrants of those vehicles?
Yes, I assisted with that process.
Would you have been present while they executed those search warrants as well?
Yes.
Did you have any other roles in assisting with canvass efforts or searching efforts?
I did, yes.
And explain your role there.
That would have included possible known areas of the traveling vehicle to see where possibly, if there would have been evidence located somewhere. If we thought there was an area of interest, we could have performed a grid search or an area search of that specific location.
What is a grid search?
How I would describe a grid search is an area that you want to search, and then you divide that up amongst a group of people. Everybody has a responsibility, and then that one specific area is searched by each team, essentially.
And do you recall the areas that you would have assisted with searching?
I believe there were areas off Highway 30 near Clinton.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 38. If I can get this up here. Okay. I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 38. Do you see Highway 30 that you were referencing in terms of the search on this particular exhibit?
I do, yes.
Are you able to describe on the map the area that you're referring to in terms of the search?
I believe it would have been the area that is boxed in that pink shade.
Were there any other areas that you would have assisted in canvassing or searching?
Those were the main, off Highway 30 would have been the main area. I did explore and look through the Credit Island area as well.
And why were those two areas the main focus of the canvassing or searching efforts?
So based on the information that we had at the time, and also going through or getting some information on where one of the phones hit, we knew that there was possible travel down Highway 30. So that was one area where we looked. Also based on some information that we heard from Detorius, Credit Island was an area of interest. That area also made sense based on proximity of the RV park where Dinkins held his RV, if I remember correctly. So those were the two areas that we focused.
Now, were there items of evidence collected in either search, in the Clinton area or the Credit Island area?
Items were collected at both.
And to your knowledge, did any of those items that were collected in either of their searches have any significance with this investigation?
No.
Now, returning back to the search of the vehicles, were there items collected by the FBI during the search of the 3 different vehicles involved with this case?
There were, yes.
And as a result of being the case agent, would you become the seizing individual for all of those items?
That is correct, yes.
What does that mean to be the seizing individual?
Sure. So how I describe it is when an item is collected, that could be collected by anybody on the ERT team. In terms of seizing, myself as a case agent would have taken responsibility of those items. So I would have been the seizing individual holding on to that property.
So what do you do with that property then once you are responsible for it?
Sure. So we first make sure it's secured and go through our protocol. And then following that, we have these items that we've collected. The next step for me would be talking to our lab to see what items would be important or significant to go through further processing and testing.
And where is the FBI lab located?
That's in Quantico.
Did you contact the lab in Quantico and consult with them on what items should be or may be the best for any additional testing?
I did, yes.
And what type of testing was the FBI lab considering at that point?
It would have been, I'm not an expert in this field, but I would say they were interested in items that would possibly provide DNA or something of that nature.
So ultimately then, were you responsible for selecting which items in consultation with the lab were sent for further testing?
That is correct.
Did that also include items that had been previously seized and collected by the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And was that same consultation with the FBI lab utilized in regards to anything seized by the Davenport Police Department?
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to talk to you about what items were sent. I think it might be easier if we just kind of focus in on where they were collected and go from there.
Okay.
But speaking first about the Chevy Impala, were there different cuttings from fabric inside or upholstery inside that vehicle and swabs taken from the upholstery that were sent to that lab?
I believe so, yes.
And different clothings, I think a rag that may have been found in that vehicle as well. Those were items that were selected.
Yes.
A hatchet, that item was sent to the lab.
I believe so, yes.
And I'm going to refer to it as vacuum sweepings or attempts to locate maybe fibers or hair. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
So from the Impala, those would have been the items selected for further testing.
Sounds correct, yes.
Moving on then to the RV, were there debris or, again, fiber or hairs that were found on both on top and underneath some foam padding in the RV that were sent for testing?
Sounds correct.
And a machete located on top of a microwave.
Yes.
Then from the Camaro, again, more vacuum sweepings for fiber or hairs sent for further processing.
Yes.
And a T-shirt located in the Camaro as well.
Yes.
Then from Andrea's apartment, or that apartment on West 53rd Street, so these would have been items seized by the Davenport Police Department. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did that include then either cuttings or swabs from a mattress?
Sounds correct, yes.
Swabs taken from a bathroom?
Yes.
Another machete that was located underneath the mattress in that residence?
Yes.
Various different clothing items?
Correct.
A broom?
Yes.
And some bleach that was recovered from her apartment.
Correct.
So all of those items were selected from the apartment for further processing.
That sounds correct, yes.
So then, just to note a few other items as well. Was there a toothbrush and a comb, both thought to belong to Breasia, that were sent to the lab as well?
Correct.
What was the point of sending those items?
To my understanding, to further match DNA.
were there also a known buccal swab or known DNA swab taken from Henry Dinkins, as well as fingernail clippings, swabs from his hands, from his penile swab that were sent for testing as well?
Yes.
And then were there actual hair follicles taken from Mr. Dinkins as well?
That is correct.
Would you have been present when those were taken?
I would have been, yes.
And those hair samples were taken as well?
They were taken, yes.
And sent for further processing, excuse me.
I believe they were, yes.
And a known DNA sample for Andrea Culberson, as well as hair samples from her?
Correct, yes.
And then some clothing believed to belong to Breasia that was located in a bag provided by her mother. Were some of those items selected as well for further processing?
I believe so, yes.
Again, would you have been the person who selected which of those clothing items to send?
Yes, again, that would have been with consultation with the laboratory.
Now, throughout your involvement with the investigation, were you aware that at some point the Davenport Police Department had collected soil that was located from the undercarriage of the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
As part of your canvassing and searching efforts, at some point then, did you find it important to also collect soil?
I did, yes.
Why is that?
The reason for that would be to find a matching or known sample that would be matching to what was found underneath the car, so we could figure out exactly where that car was located and where that soil came from.
And how do you go about collecting soil?
Sure, so I made a formal request with our lab in Quantico, and they provided me with a soil collection kit. And this kit included various items to include instructions on how to take soil samples, as well as what I remember, like plastic or glass vials, which would hold the soil contents.
And do you recall approximately how many either glass or plastic vials would be inside one of those kits?
I don't recall. If I had to guess, I would say approximately 8 to 10 plastic or glass vials.
So after you received this kit and reviewed the instructions, how then would you have gone about collecting that soil?
Sure, so I read the instructions, and then based on the location that I wanted to collect, I would follow those instructions, put the soil inside the vials that we're discussing, and then I'd put those back into the container, and then those would be sent off for further testing.
Now, the vials, were they contained so that the soil you placed in them couldn't mix with the other soil?
Correct, they were. They each had a lid and a cap that I believe screwed on each one.
Do you recall where you would have taken soil samples regarding this investigation?
I do, yes. So Credit Island would have been one area, and the other area that's familiar to me would be off Highway 30. Somewhere in that area there would have been soil samples taken.
And to your knowledge, were those soil samples collected while you were canvassing those areas?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do, that looks familiar.
And what is this exhibit?
This would have been the collection box that held the soil samples.
Is this the same kit that would have been provided to you from the Quantico lab?
I believe so, yes.
And the soil samples that you would have taken from Credit Island and the areas around Highway 30, would you have then placed those soil samples in this kit?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, again, is this the same kit?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 139 into evidence.
Exhibit 139 will be admitted.
Special Agent Smith, at some point, I believe you've already discussed, you were transferred to a different office. Did that occur again?
I would say that would have been around April, May of 21.
So at that point, Berasia Terrell's remains had been recovered. However, did you really have any more involvement at that point in time?
Not really.
And why was that?
I was moving on with my transfer, and this case around that time period was then transferred to another agent in my office.
And which agent was that transferred to?
Agent McMillan.
So he would have taken over as the main case agent at that point in time.
That is correct.
Special Agent Smith, we had discussed items that were collected from the canvassing of both the Highway 30 area and Credit Island area, and that there were items that were collected but ultimately didn't have any significance. Do you recall any of those items that would have been collected?
Not specifically, no.
Now, that list of items that I had read off that were collected from the various vehicles and from the Andrea Culberson's apartment. Now, you mentioned that DNA was one of the testing options that the FBI lab was going to use. Was the hope that they would also be testing for latent fingerprints or trace evidence or hair, that type of thing?
That is correct, yes.
And again, the items that were selected were based on your consultation with the lab.
Yes.
The soil samples that we talked about, Exhibit 139, did you make any further requests from the lab for analysis on those soil samples as well?
I did, yes.
What did that process entail?
So to my understanding, once those arrived at Quantico, they went through the necessary testing, and reports were then generated based on the soils that they received. And if I recall correctly, there would have been maps that indicated where they believed or similar soils around that area. So showing a geographical footprint of where that soil was from.
So your request then to the FBI, that would have included sending the samples you collected in State's Exhibit 139, as well as the samples collected from the undercarriage of the Chevy Impala. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And so you made the arrangements for both of those items to be forwarded to the Quantico lab for further processing?
I did, yes.
And at some point, did you receive confirmation that they had received those and had done their testing?
I did, yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeze?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, I'm fighting off a summer cold. So if you don't understand something I say or it comes out a little garbled, please stop me and ask me to rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
Agent, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Approximately 5 years.
And again, what was your training, undergraduate and postgraduate?
Sure. So I had a college degree, studied finance, and then I worked in healthcare IT.
Okay. And then you went to Quantico?
Correct.
Okay. In your training and experience as a law enforcement personnel, correct me if I'm wrong, but the best practice in any investigation is to first collect evidence and then identify persons of interest, right?
I would say it depends on what case pops up and what the investigation is about.
Well, in a case involving a missing child, you'd want to collect as much evidence at first and then try to identify persons of interest, right?
Well, the first item that I wanted to do here was get the full story of what was occurring.
Okay. On July 10th, when you were contacted by the Davenport Police Department, you were given a story about Breasia Terrell's disappearance, right?
I was, yes.
And based upon that story, you had concluded that as of that date, Henry Dinkins was someone who had abducted Breasia Terrell, right?
Henry Dinkins at that point was a main suspect.
Okay. Because you memorialized that in a report dated July 11th, did you not?
If I could see the report, that would be helpful.
If I showed you a report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Okay, and just for the record, you, when you open an investigation, you have to request of a superior to be allowed to open an investigation and have yourself appointed as case agent, right?
So when I formally open up a case, it does go to another person for approval.
Right, so you did that in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
All right. Showing you a report dated 7/11/2020. You just thumb through that, first of all, and tell me, is that your report?
So this is my report.
Okay, if you go to the second page, look at the bottom paragraph and just read it to yourself. And you're done, so you know.
Yes.
Having read your report, does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
And having your recollection refreshed, I'll ask you now, as of the time you were contacted and asked to open an investigation on July 11th, was it your belief that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
And that information came from officers in the Davenport Police Department?
That is correct.
How many missing persons or missing children cases have you worked, sir?
I don't have a number for you.
Have you worked more than 5?
I do not know. This would have been to this. I would say this is one of my early on cases of a child abduction, if I had to put it, if that suffices.
Sure. Is it best practice as a law enforcement individual to call out a cadaver dog within a couple of days of an individual going missing?
I would say that's an element of an investigation that could be utilized.
Okay. Would you also call out dogs that can find people who are alive?
If people are missing and that's a tool to be used, I'm not an expert in that field.
Okay. You made the decision to send off what items that you thought were relevant to the lab in consultation with the lab at Quantico, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And the idea was these are the items which give us the best chance to find DNA evidence, latent print evidence, the presence of blood or some other bodily fluid, or trace evidence, right?
Yes.
And just for the record, explain to us what trace evidence is.
That is something I would prefer the lab technician or someone trained in evidence collection to speak to.
Okay. And when the testing was completed, you received a report back from the lab, correct?
Reports were generated, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no DNA of Breasia Terrell found in that Impala.
From what I recall, that is correct.
No blood from Breasia Terrell was found in that Impala, correct?
Correct.
You sent off a hatchet from the Impala. No blood was found on that hatchet, was there?
From what I recall, that is correct.
And from your recollection, the hatchet had no DNA of Breasia Terrell at all, was there?
Correct.
The vacuum sweepings, whatever that was caught in the vacuum trap and sent off, had no trace evidence connecting Breasia Terrell to that Impala, right?
Correct.
Did you interview any witnesses who actually physically put eyes on Breasia Terrell in that Impala that night?
So I interviewed Andrea Culberson.
Okay. And did she actually physically say she saw Breasia Terrell inside that Impala?
From what I recall, not inside, but outside the Impala.
So the question is, did you interview any witness who saw Breasia Terrell inside that Impala on July 10th?
No.
In the RV, you sent off the machete, asking it to be tested for blood, right?
From my recollection, yes.
And the report came back, there was no blood on the machete, correct?
Correct.
The lab, and maybe this is beyond your expertise, but the lab does have the ability to test for cleaning agents like bleach, don't they?
I believe so, but again, that is beyond my expertise.
Were they asked to test for any cleaning agents?
I don't specifically recall what that request looked like. Since they are the experts, they would have made that determination.
Okay. And again, from the RV, the fibers, the hairs, those were sent off and those come back negative for any presence of DNA or anything from Breasia Terrell, correct?
That's correct.
Same questions, same things for the Camaro. No physical evidence or forensic evidence come out of that Camaro connecting that to Breasia Terrell, right?
That's correct.
In Andrew's apartment, perhaps it was you, or perhaps it was someone else, used an alternative light source to look at the bathroom. Do you recall that?
I was not present for that.
That's fair. You talked about the toothbrush and the comb that was provided. Did you seize that, or were you the seizing agent?
I believe that first went to Davenport and then it was provided to me.
And the purpose of that, again, was what?
To match up with later found evidence.
To get a solid DNA sample for Breasia Terrell, is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
To your knowledge, was it collected from Aisha Langford?
To my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge, was it told to Aisha Langford that it was important that this item or these items be solely the items of Breasia Terrell and used by only Breasia Terrell?
I was not there for that conversation, but my hope would be that conversation or something of that nature occurred at that point.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, had you had that conversation, would you have made that clear to Ms. Langford?
I would have, yes.
And why is that?
So there's no cross-contamination or the wrong items provided to us.
What would happen, or what's the concern with having a toothbrush, let's say, that was used by Breasia and, let's say, her mother? What's the concern there?
So from my perspective, I would want a known sample with no cross-contamination.
Now, this soil sample kit, you collected that off of Highway 30, first of all, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how far that location is from the Kunow implement, or the location where Ms. Terrell was ultimately discovered?
I do not.
She'd never been out to the location of the, I'm going to call it the death scene.
I have been out to that location. I'm just not sure approximate length it is from there.
Did you not take any soil samples from the scene or the road near where Ms. Terrell's body was found?
So I did not take soil samples from where the body was located.
Do you know if any were taken?
I believe those were taken by another agent in my field office.
Okay. When you take a soil sample, just the mechanics of doing it, I'm envisioning you out there with a shovel and putting soil into a test tube. Is that how it's done?
I don't recall the exact instructions that were provided in the soil sample kit, but it's a small plastic glass vial that you fill up with soil.
How
But
do you
again,
how do you get the soil into it?
I believe it was scooped with the vial itself.
Okay, so the vial serves as like the shovel.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the samples themselves are, you know, the size of them?
I'm guessing from my, not guessing, but from my recollection, I remember they're about this tall. Maybe 2 to 4 ounces of soil is what they would hold.
And you just gestured for me a size. And correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 3 inches?
I would say that's approximate, yes.
Okay. Now, you can just scrape the top level of the soil with that much, right?
It was more than that, I believe. I don't recall exactly what the instructions were.
My point is you can't get very deep. You just get the top skimming of the topsoil.
Depending on how, if you collect them a certain way, I can see where you're getting.
Okay. You interviewed some witnesses yourself in this case in the months following the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You interviewed a woman named Nancy Spears.
That name sounds familiar.
She contacted the resident agency in the Quad Cities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Do you recall that?
Again, the name sounds familiar, but I do not recall all the details there.
Do you recall her calling in saying that she had
I'm gonna
overheard?
object, hearsay.
Sustained.
All I asked is if he recalled. I didn't ask for the content of the conversation.
He was beginning to introduce her statements.
It appeared that you were about to introduce the statement, Mr. Freeze.
Okay. In the course of your investigation, is it common to interview witnesses?
Yes,
And you do interview these witnesses for the purposes of furthering your investigation.
yes,
And that sometimes requires you to talk to witnesses, correct?
correct.
It requires you to listen to them and develop a theory or whether to follow up on those conversations, right?
To get their story and figure out what they want to tell me.
And if you authored a report that says Nancy Spears called in on a tip line to give information, would that be in the course of your investigation?
Would I be able to refresh my memory and look at that report?
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you?
Yes.
So the report dated 9/15/2020, page 1 and 2.
Looks familiar? Yes.
So having seen that now, is your recollection refreshed?
I briefly looked over it.
So it's refreshed?
Yes.
So this was done in the course of your investigation,
Yes.
and the conversation you had with Ms. Spears simply intends to show that what you did with that information, correct?
That report shows what she told me.
She had information that somebody she had heard indicated that
Objection, hearsay.
it's a non-hearsay purpose. It's a course of his investigation. It's just like giving off information to a police
Approach the
officer.
bench, please. going to allow the question and overrule the objection.
You want to read the question back, please?
Could you just rephrase, please?
Okay. In the course of your investigation, you spoke to this Nancy Spears, correct?
Yes.
And this Nancy Spears informed you that she had information that she heard someone admit to burying a body with someone else, a little girl, at Credit Island, correct?
I believe that's correct. I did not read that report in full.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
So information that comes in, I document like that, and then I follow up if it appears there's any credibility.
So when you followed up on this information, what credibility did it have?
I don't recall exactly what I did following that report.
So just so I'm clear, the state walked you through an examination of what items you sent off to the lab and deemed relevant for a bit of time. As you sit here today, you know that none of those items came back with Berasia Terrell's DNA on them, right?
The items that I sent to the lab, to my understanding, came back with no DNA matches.
And the swabs taken from, and the cuttings taken from Mr. Dinkins had no DNA from Ms. Terrell, right?
That is correct.
That's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Smith, excuse me, that tip from Nancy Spears, your report stated September 16th, 2020. Is it fair to say then that tip would have been provided around that time?
Yes.
And essentially she reported that somebody buried a body, or she heard somebody say that somebody buried a body of a little girl on Credit Island.
Yes.
At that point, had Credit Island been thoroughly searched?
From my memory, that area had been thoroughly searched.
Had there been any discovery of a body of any person while that search was occurring?
No.
Now, you were asked about the DNA results of the items that were sent off to the crime lab, and specifically the Impala. To your knowledge, was there any DNA from Henry Dinkins found in that Impala?
Not that I recall.
Same with the RV. To your knowledge, was there any DNA from Henry Dinkins found from the RV?
No.
Now, you were asked about opening a case with the FBI on July 11th, 2020, and you were shown that communication log that you would have had to prepare in order to get approval to open that case. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
That report is approximately 3 pages long. Is that fair?
I think that's correct, yes.
And that would include a summary of the information that you had available to you at that point in time as of July 11th.
Yes.
And so the information you had at that point that you were asked was provided to you by the Davenport Police Department. Is that fair?
That is fair.
But that would have included statements from Andrea Culberson, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That would have included statements from Henry Dinkins at that point, who had been interviewed on July 10th.
Yes.
that would have included statements from DL, or the son, notorious, of Henry Dinkins, correct?
Yes.
And that also would have included sort of a cursory search by Davenport Police Department of all of the vehicles involved as well, correct?
Yes, it would have been a summary of information that I received from Davenport to show the reason why we opened the case.
And at that point, were you aware that Andrea Culberson, I believe you had testified, had reported seeing Breija Terrell outside of Henry Dinkins' Impala, or that Impala, at approximately 3:30, 3 o'clock in the morning on July 10th?
Yes.
And DL, during his interview, had reported driving around that morning, and his dad had gone fishing. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And he also reported seeing a knife that his dad had cleaned with bleach.
Yes.
And you also noted that in that cursory search from the Impala, that the Davenport Police Department noticed they smelled bleach when they opened the trunk of his car.
That is correct.
And you noted as well that during Dinkins' interview that he was unable to answer basic questions about where he looked for Breija that morning, was unable to point to any location on a map.
That's my understanding, yes.
And so as of July 11th, that was all of the information you were aware of and were relying on when you made this request to open this case, with the potential thought that Henry Dinkins abducted Breija Terrell.
That's correct.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Freeze?
When you received the call in September regarding the person who evidently had heard about someone burying a child or a body at Credit Island, you did have information regarding the gentleman with the cadaver dogs having positive hits for decomposing bodies on Credit Island, though, right?
I don't recall that portion.
You don't recall having any knowledge of the use of cadaver dogs and their conclusions?
I do not.
Okay. But you recall Credit Island being awash as far as the search?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about DNA of Henry Dinkins in Henry Dinkins' car. Given the circumstances, you wouldn't have expected to find Henry Dinkins' blood in his car, right?
It's hard for me to say. It's his vehicle. That's a difficult one to answer.
Okay. You had no reason to believe. You'd seen video, or perhaps even Mr. Dinkins himself, and he had no evidence of injury, right?
I don't remember any items of injury or him being injured.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just briefly, is blood the only source of DNA?
No.
Sweat, for example, is a bodily fluid in which somebody could locate DNA.
I'm not an expert in that field, but I believe so, yes. Alongside saliva, things of that nature.
On, again, July 10th, when Dinkins was at the Davenport Police Department and was photographed, he didn't appear to have any injuries on him, correct?
Not that I remember.
Given the situation here where we're talking about an adult dealing with a child, is that surprising that Mr. Dinkins would not have any injuries on him?
Not surprising.
Why not?
The victim was much smaller. It's a child. That wouldn't surprise me.
I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
The state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Craig Burkle to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Officer Craig Burkle.
What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of Davenport.
How long have you been employed to the Davenport Police Department?
22 years.
Okay. Describe your prior educational background.
I graduated from college. After going to college, I got hired with the police department. Then we went to the police academy. And then we come through field training phase.
And then over the course of your career, have you gone through just extensive training in a number of different areas?
Yeah, we always have schooling, continuing education, getting training through other officers in different areas.
Okay. What I'd like to talk with you about is the nature of your assignment with the department back in July of 2020. What was the nature of your assignment at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to the patrol division
What shift were you working?
first.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
What hours are entailed within the first shift?
Approximately 6:45 a.m. to 3:15 p.m.
Did you respond to a dispatch that came out at 8:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the dispatch?
I responded to a call of a missing child,
Okay. What address were you sent to?
2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8.
Could you describe the location that you went to?
It's off 53rd Street as you get towards the east side of town. Then you go north into the parking lot, and there's several apartment buildings up there.
What's the name of this particular complex?
I don't know the exact name of the complex.
Okay. And I'll just ask you, does Jersey Meadows sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. Now, 53rd runs what directions?
East-west.
And then which side of 53rd is the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located on?
North side.
Okay. When you went to that location, were you to meet with anyone there, or were you simply sent out to that address?
The defendant, Mr. Dinkins, called, and he was reporting that when he woke up this morning, there was a missing child.
And actually, what I want to do is I want to go back to your investigative report. Do you have that right there before you?
Yes.
All right. In the information that you received, did you believe that Henry Dinkins was the subject that called in, or that it was actually Aisha Langford, the mother, who had called that the child was missing?
Mr. Dinkins.
That's the information that was given to you?
Yes.
Did you know if that was correct or not?
No.
Okay.
To this day, I still believe that it was him.
All right. So then, as far as just a child being reported missing, what additional information was provided about that child?
When I was dispatched, they didn't have a clothing description yet, and there is very vague information. I had to meet with the complainant.
Okay. Officer Burkle, let me ask you about this. When you were going out on this call, did you have any information about Aisha Langford, the mother, having initially called 911 and then being directed to the general number over at the Davenport Police Department?
No, I didn't know Aisha was going to be there until I pulled in the parking lot.
Certainly. And then did you have any information that Aisha Langford actually had communicated with communication specialist Mona Varelli at the Davenport Police Department to provide details about her child missing and how she had found out about that?
I did not.
Okay.
Overruled.
All right. So then when you pulled into the complex itself, were there any involved parties that were there and initiated contact with you as you arrived?
Yes.
Who was that?
Aisha and her son.
All right. Describe what happened when you arrived there in the parking lot.
She was sitting in her car waiting for me, and as I got out of my car, she approached me, and she said that her child was missing.
What type of vehicle were you operating?
A marked squad car
And then how were you dressed that day?
in police blue uniform.
Okay. And so by virtue of that, would you clearly be recognized as a law enforcement member?
Yes.
Officer Burkle, could you describe for us the type of equipment that you have attached to your uniform that you wear each day as you go out and perform your duties?
We have a body camera that is attached to us that records everything we do and say.
Okay. Where is that body camera affixed to?
Center chest.
And were you wearing your body-worn camera that day?
Yes.
Would the contact that you would have had with involved parties there at the Jersey Meadows apartment complex have been captured and documented on that body-worn camera?
Yes.
All right. Now let's just go ahead and step outside the storyline for the time being. But let's talk about how that footage then is preserved. Explain the process. So as you go about your duties, is that body-worn camera activated during any contact that you have with members of the public when you go on a call?
Yes.
Okay. What is done with the footage that's captured through that body-worn camera at the end of your shift?
At the end of the shift, we save it for determine what the call is. We determine the length that we want it saved for.
Okay.
Every call, depending upon how it's classified, is preserved for a certain amount of time.
Okay, so there's a retention period that you can select for that footage to be saved as evidence?
Correct.
All right. And then when you return to the department, is that footage downloaded into some type of system?
Yes.
Explain.
When we plug in our camera at the end of the day to charge it up, there's charging stations that automatically download all the videos that we took from the day, and those videos are saved.
Okay. And then are those accessible as an item of evidence when there has been a formal prosecution that is filed and there's the need to be able to view and utilize that evidence in the course of a prosecution?
Yes.
Would that procedure have been followed in this particular instance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to your arrival there at the department, when you got out of your patrol vehicle, was Aisha Langford the first person to make contact with you?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else there in the apartment complex at that time, or I should say the parking lot of the complex at that time, other than Aisha Langford?
Not at that immediate time.
Okay. Describe what happened when that contact occurred between the two of you.
Between Aisha and I?
Yeah.
She approached me, and you could tell that she was kind of shooken. She was concerned her daughter was missing, and that's what she said. Shortly after that, Henry came out from inside the building, and he approached me.
All right. Did Miss Langford indicate to you how she had learned that her daughter was missing?
Yes.
And what did she share with you?
She said that Henry called her this morning.
Who was the child identified as?
Breasia Terrell.
All right. Okay. Now, when Mr. Dinkins came out of the apartment building, did he approach you?
Yes.
Okay. In that approach, did he describe for you what relationship he had to this particular apartment complex?
Not at that time. Eventually learned that he was living there with his girlfriend of 6 years.
Okay, and then who was his girlfriend?
Her name is Andrea Culberson.
Did you, at some point during contact, identify what apartment Mr. Dinkins had been living at with Andrea Culberson?
Yes.
All right. So, with Aisha indicating that she'd learned from Mr. Dinkins, Breasia was missing, did you turn your focus to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
How would you describe his emotional comportment?
He didn't seem very concerned. He seemed very relaxed. Nothing out of the ordinary for me going to another call.
Okay, all right. And let's just talk about this. With your tenure at the Davenport Police Department, over the course of your career, as an officer, have you responded to a number of calls where either parents or individuals who are tasked with supervising children have called and reported a child missing?
Yes.
Just tell us about what that experience typically looks like.
Based on my experience over my career, there's a good amount of time that we go to it. The child's just hiding inside the house. So sometimes we find them inside the house, and sometimes they're a runaway, and sometimes they become a missing person. But it's our job to look into this and to try to determine which way we're looking at.
Okay. Normally, if there's a child reported missing, is that child found fairly quickly?
To determine what's quickly.
Okay, and that is a relative term.
Yeah.
All right, so just give us a sense of your own perspective. A parent calls, says, I can't find my child.
50% of the time, we'll find them pretty quickly.
Okay.
The other 50% of the time, they may be a runaway for a few days, a few weeks, and sometimes they become a missing person.
Okay. In your career, though, how many investigations have you ever been involved in here in the Scott County area where there was a child reported missing that was never found?
None.
All right. Now, that being said, describe what developed during your contact with Mr. Dinkins.
We started off a conversation. It was very casual. He said that Breasia and her brother, who
We're
is
referring
his
to
son,
him as DL.
DL, they came and spent the night last night, and when he woke up this morning, Breasia was missing.
To be clear, did he say when he woke up that morning, Breasia was missing?
Yes.
When he made that statement, having woken up and Breasia was missing, what impression did that create for you as an officer?
Well, it was 8:42 in the morning, so at that time I was thinking maybe Mr. Dinkins just woke up and realized that she was missing. But later in the conversation, he ends up saying, I've been looking for her for a few hours.
Okay. While you were having that discussion with him then, where was Aisha Langford at?
She is back in her car, I believe.
Okay. At some point in time, does she approach to listen to the conversation between yourself and Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
And then describe the dynamics that developed as the two parties are there and you are just trying to gather details.
As I'm trying to gather details, they get into a verbal argument. They start yelling at each other. Aisha is upset, like, you lost my child, you lost my child. And Mr. Dinkins kept replying, I didn't lose your child. She's gone, or she's missing from, I woke up, she was missing. She ended up just getting upset, and she took DL back to the car, and I proceeded on to speaking to Mr. Dinkins to try to get more info.
Okay. Now, at the point that Aisha had gone back to her car, what types of personal information were you trying to collect from Mr. Dinkins?
Every time I go to a call, and there's going to be a report generated, I always get the name, date of birth, personal information, address, phone numbers, places of employment, different things like that we all need for a report.
Okay. As you were going through that process with Mr. Dinkins, describe what occurred.
He gave me his name. He gave me his date of birth. I asked for his address next. He said he didn't know his address. I was like, you don't know your address? And he's like, it's somewhere down by Ralston, Purina. And that is the complete opposite side of the city that we're on. I said, okay. And I was like, what's your phone number? And he's like, I don't know my phone number either. I was like, how do you not know your phone number? And he's like, well, hold on a minute. And he looked up his phone, and he proceeded to find his phone number and gave it to me then.
Okay. Are telephones a device that become very important tools for law enforcement during the course of investigations?
Yes.
Explain.
They're basically a digital footprint of yourself. Everything you do is pretty much becomes saved on that phone. Every text you send, every thing you Google, everything that you do on that phone, it's a digital footprint that follows you around forever.
All right. And that being said, did this cell phone of Mr. Dinkins actually become very important in the course of the investigation?
Yeah.
All right. Is the telephone then associated with the phone that he has very important?
Yes.
And in the course of investigations, do law enforcement then take those telephone numbers and apply for search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Now, within the context of that conversation then, did you speak to him about just your own experience as an officer when people call in and say that their children are missing?
Yeah, I did. I said, hey, don't be offended by this, but based on my experience doing this job, a lot of times the kids are still inside the house. I go, would you mind if I go into the apartment one more time and take a look?
What was his response to that request?
He said he already looked. She's not there. And so I asked, do you mind if can I take another look? He said, sure.
Okay. Where did you proceed at that point?
We walked back to the apartment door, and we were greeted outside the front door by his girlfriend, Andrea.
Okay. Officer Burkle, I'd like for you to come down to the diagram so that we've got some perspective where that front door to apartment number 8 is relative to the parking lot, and also Costco, because we've had discussions about Costco. What I'll have you do, I'm going to have you just erase this area that has been drawn over by Eastern and Veterans. But let's leave everything here relative to River Drive and Craig Island. All right. I know it doesn't give you much space to work with. It looks like we used a marker that wasn't a dry erase marker for one diagram.
What do you want me to show here?
All right, show us where the apartment building is situated. Place Costco. Show us where we would access the door, and then just give us a perspective of the parking lot where individuals who lived in that building would park. And we'll just use this small area down here. It's not the best, I know.
Can I cross this out?
Yeah.
Because this isn't Eastern anymore. We have Veterans up here to the north. We'll have Jersey Ridge down here. So 53rd Street. So we're gonna
And then just,
pull up in here, and it's a little longer entrance. We got to go up. But the building's going to be there's a bunch of buildings. So as you pull into the entrance right here, pull in, this is all parking lot right here. This is all parking lot. This is their building right there.
all right, and then write in Costco so that we know where Costco is located at.
The tree line right here, Costco's right there.
All right, okay.
Officer, if you could please just step off to the side,
Yep.
point that out to me again.
Yeah, let's walk through
It's very difficult, I know with the board and positioning yourself, but if you'd step up to the side and just show that to me so I can see what you were discussing.
And then Officer Burkle, what I'll do is we'll walk this for purposes of our written record. Over there behind your seat, there's a pointer. Can you see that, Officer Burkle, on the witness stand? Okay. All right. Now, as we're looking at the diagram, have you drawn Jersey Ridge?
I did.
What direction does Jersey Ridge run?
North-south.
All right. And then does 53rd intersect to Jersey Ridge?
It does.
What direction does 53rd run?
This goes east-west. You got to disregard this north up here. North is actually going to be this way. So
Certainly.
east-west.
Now, is the apartment complex located on the north side of 53rd or the south side of 53rd?
North side.
Okay. And then can you show us on the diagram just generally where you had depicted the drive going into the apartment complex and just some samples of buildings that you had drawn?
So that's the entrance right there. There's multiple pods. There's hundreds of apartments in there.
Sure.
There's multiple pods, and all of them, as you come in, will be apartment, apartment, apartment. Then it starts to dip back and goes apartment, 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 apartment. Then it comes back towards the entrance. And then you'll keep driving down, and it's the same thing. As you pull in, this is all parking lot right here. And the building is right there with the tree line and Costco behind it.
Okay. And then for purposes of our written record, Costco would lie what direction relative to the building where apartment number 8 was situated?
East.
East. Okay. Now, in that parking lot area, do you access the front door from that parking lot, or do you have to go somewhere else to access the front door to apartment number 8?
There's 4 apartments on the front of the apartment, and then there's 4 on the back. His is apartment 8. You have to walk around to the back to access their apartment.
Okay, so then essentially would it be on the Costco side of that physical structure?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead and take your seat, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. Officer Burkle, when you had reiterated that you would like to take another look, at the point that you proceeded back to apartment 8, what did Mr. Dinkins do?
He walked back there with me.
Okay. Now, is there a sidewalk that runs the distance
Yeah.
to the backside of that building?
The whole thing is, yeah, there's sidewalks that get you to each apartment on the front side and the back side.
Did you have any sense of the proximity of Mr. Dinkins to yourself as you approached apartment number 8?
He was within, he was near me,
Okay.
within 5-10 feet.
And then describe what happened when you got to apartment number 8.
Andrea was standing outside. I think we knocked. We knocked on the door. Andrea came down. I identified myself. I was in uniform. I explained to her. I said, based on my experience, a lot of times these kids are hiding inside the house or apartment. I go, would you mind if I come in and take another look? She looked at me, and then she pointed at Henry, and she's like, did he say that's okay? And I looked, and I was like, yeah. And she's like, okay, come in. And so I went in. It was a small apartment. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. And I proceeded to look around in the apartment, looking under the beds, looking in the closets, looking in the kitchen, and I didn't see any indication of her being in there.
Okay. Officer Burkle, with you being inside apartment number 8, was there anything about the condition of the apartment that would have given you pause for concern? And let me be more specific. Was there anything in that apartment that would suggest that something terrible had happened in the apartment?
Not at that time. I mean, I'm just looking for, to make sure she's not there.
Okay, so does it look like a normal apartment?
Yeah?
All right. Did you check closets?
Yes.
And of course, you indicated under the bed.
Yep.
Would you even check cupboards?
I didn't look inside cupboards, no.
Okay, but she's not there.
Right.
While you were up there checking the apartment, did Mr. Dinkins come into the apartment?
No.
And so when you had gone in to check, had you lost sight of where he was at?
Yes.
Describe then what you discovered.
As I was only in there for 5 minutes, you know, as I came back outside, I need more information from Henry. You know, I believe he's the complainant who called me wanting to file this missing person report, and I don't have a lot of information yet. So I come outside and I'm like, "Where's Henry at?" And I go to the front of the building, the side, and I don't see him anywhere.
Okay. What do you do at that point?
I ended up calling him with the number that he provided to me.
Okay. And then when you called Mr. Dinkins with the number that he provided to you, did he answer that phone?
No.
Okay. Was that the only call then that you made to him throughout the course of that morning?
No, I made 6 phone calls in that first hour.
And in those 6 calls that you made in that first hour, did he ever pick up any of those calls?
He did not, and I was unable to leave a message because his voice box was full.
Okay. At some point then, do you try to contact him in a different way?
I do.
Explain.
I ended up texting him, identifying myself as Officer Burkle, because obviously he wouldn't have my phone number. And I said I need him to call me back so I can get more information so I can file this report.
Okay. What time did you send the text?
It was 10:43, I believe, so a little over 2 hours after the initial call came in.
All right. Thank you for bringing that up. There's been testimony offered that Aisha Langford's conversation with Mona Varelli occurred at 8:29. Did you get dispatched after 8:29 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. Will your body-worn camera, does it have any type of date or time that appears on that footage to give us a perspective of when your initial contact would have occurred with the parties?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then, did Mr. Dinkins ever return your text?
Never returned my text. He called me at 12:04, and when he called me, he told me that he's walking into the police department.
Okay. Now, do you do a search of the area out there?
Yeah.
Describe the search that you conducted.
Earlier, you know, things just aren't sitting right. And so I contacted my supervisor, Sergeant Willie, and I said, things just aren't adding up here. And so he came out. Then we called for more officers. And we eventually got a picture from Aisha of what Breasia looked like. And like I said, there's, you know, a few hundred apartments out there and businesses. So we went knocking on every single door. And some answers, some no answers. But we were looking for her. And nobody had seen her. And nobody had seen anything suspicious. And so we were just looking for more answers.
Okay. If you were to compare the dynamics of this missing child report to prior missing child reports that you'd handled in the past, how would you compare your feeling?
Like I said, something just wasn't sitting right with me. We had gone to different lengths that I have never personally done in 19 years at that time. Then we ended up getting drones out, searching fields, going to businesses, because it's on 53rd Street, going to different neighborhoods, things like that.
Okay. Was that entire area along 53rd Street to include both commercial businesses but also residential areas canvassed and searched by law enforcement?
Yes.
Did the Detective Bureau end up coming out that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just give us a sense of just the manpower and how they were responding out to the area when things weren't sitting right with officers, how would you describe that?
As the day went on, just more officers kept coming and coming as we were, as sources were needed. You know,
Sure.
We had a lot of ground, a lot of area to cover, and we just kept more officers kept coming to help.
Okay. And were there any breaks at all to give any indication of where Breasia was at?
No.
All right. Now, let's talk about Aisha. So Aisha had left with the Torias. When you contacted her, did she give you an indication of collecting information for law enforcement to utilize?
Yes.
And what had she been collecting for law enforcement to utilize?
Well, I contacted her to get it because she had left prior to me being able to speak to her about it because she was frustrated. And then I tried to get a little background on the story. When Breasia went over, when DL went over, and she provided that to me. She said, and then I said, "You got pictures?" Because we need pictures of what Breasia currently looks like.
Okay. Now, Aisha has testified at this point in time, and she described a narrative of events. Let me ask you this. Did she indicate what date Mr. Dinkins had come into contact with DL and Breasia?
Yes.
And what was your understanding relative to July 10th?
Mr. Dinkins went over to the grandmother's house to pick up DL. And while he was there, they asked if anybody else wanted to go. And Breasia and the older brother both wanted to go. But Mr. Dinkins said that he'll take Breasia, but he's not taking the older brother.
Okay. All right. And then from there, was there a discussion about how she found out Breasia was purportedly missing?
How did she find out?
Right.
Yeah, she said she received the phone call that morning
From who?
from Mr. Dinkins that he woke up and Breasia was missing.
And then did she share with you any information about what DL told her after they left the apartment complex that morning and she went to look for pictures?
So after their verbal argument, when she took DL back to the car and they left, DL told her that Mr. Dinkins came into the room that Breasia and DL were sleeping in and woke Breasia up and said, "Let's go." And she got up and left.
Okay. And then did DL indicate whether or not he'd ever seen Breasia again after that?
No, he said he started crying, went back to sleep, and he never woke back up until Andrea came in and during daylight time,
Okay.
sometime in the morning.
And then did you have a chance to speak with DL about those particular topics?
Yeah,
And what was that, what DL confirmed for you?
yeah,
All right. Did you also have an opportunity to speak with Andrea Culberson?
yes.
Did Andrea Culberson provide you a description of what had occurred the previous evening after the children had arrived there at the apartment complex?
Yeah,
All right. And then did she give you a timeline of what had occurred early that morning when she woke up and what she discovered?
yeah.
Okay. And then what was your understanding of the time that she had woken up?
Due to being a one-bedroom apartment, they let the kids, both Breasia and DL, sleep in the bed while her and Mr. Dinkins laid on the air mattress out in the living room. She said she woke up around 3 o'clock, noticed Mr. Dinkins was no longer there, and but she noticed his phone was still at the apartment, so she never called him.
Okay. And then did she notice Breasia gone at that point?
She said, yeah, Breasia was gone at that
Okay.
point.
Let's talk about Mr. Dinkins and what he was wearing at the apartment complex.
Ms. Cunningham, I apologize for
Sure.
the interruption, but I think this would be a natural break.
Sure.
In your questioning, we will take our mid-morning break. We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the record reflect that I've showed counsel what's remarked with State's Exhibit number 127. May I quote, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 127 for purposes of identification. Are you familiar with what this exhibit is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is this exhibit?
It's a video of the actual events that occurred that day of my body cam.
All right. Were you out for several hours that day working this investigation?
Yeah.
As far as what's depicted on this recording, is this just a portion that would show your contact with Aisha Langford, Mr. Dinkins, and Andrea Culberson, and then what you started to do shortly after you exited that apartment?
Yes.
And is that an accurate depiction of what was documented on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 127.
No objection.
Exhibit 127 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish
You
this
may.
exhibit? Thank you.
Your mom? Yeah. Okay. How do you spell it?
A-I-S-H-I-A.
Last name?
Langford, L-A-N-K-F-O-R-D.
Date of birth?
8/28 of 1991.
Address?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Phone number?
563
Yep.
676 4247.
Okay. And Henry lives here.
Yeah, I guess so. This is where he told me to come.
Okay.
He don't even know how long she's even been gone.
Yeah. What's your daughter's name?
Breasia, B-R-E-A.
E-A.
S-I-A.
B-R-E-A-S-I-A?
Yes.
Okay.
Terrell, T-E-R-R-E-L-L.
Okay. What's her middle initial?
D.
Her date of birth?
12/4/09.
Okay. What's up, Henry? So when was the last time you saw her?
She was in the house.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw her?
9:30.
Last night?
9:30.
Okay. Okay.
With him.
Okay. When was the last time you saw her?
She was in the bed when I woke up this morning.
She was in the bed?
Yeah.
When you went to bed last night? Okay.
This is crazy, man. This is
Yeah.
like, you know what I'm saying? I know she fucking going fucking hysterical, big brother.
Yeah. D-I-N.
K-I-N-S.
Your date of birth, Henry?
August 2nd, 72.
Is this your home address?
No.
What's your address?
It's down by Ralston Carina.
I just.
Yeah, I just know that.
You don't know your
I don't know the
address?
full address.
Do you know your phone number?
Hell no, I don't even know that either. I swear to God, I don't.
Henry, you don't know where your daughter is, you don't know your address, and you don't know your phone number.
No, for real. I'm finna
So,
give it to you
buddy.
now. You think I'll be lying, but
Well, no, it's just, it's kind of
because
a,
I don't call myself.
I know, but you gotta know your number. You gotta know your address.
I don't.
So this is your girlfriend's address here?
Just a good friend.
Okay.
Okay, here go my phone number right here.
I bet people banging on it.
563
Or shooting.
726 4078.
4078?
4078.
Okay, what was she last wearing?
In the bed.
What you have on, some shorts?
What color?
I don't remember. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't
What's her height and weight, you think?
She's a little taller than he is.
She's this tall.
Okay.
She's a little taller than that. She's probably about like this here.
Okay. What's her hair look like?
She has
Brownish,
dreads. Long.
Dreads. Yep.
Long.
Long and dreads hair?
Yep.
Like shoulder length or
Down.
middle of the back?
Down here.
Okay. Mid back, dreads. Right? Is that how we would
Yes.
label that?
Yes.
She had shorts on.
Did she still have a white shirt on?
She had she had the shirt that you gave her.
The white shirt.
All white?
It's
White,
long.
all white t-shirt, yep.
And you guys don't have alarms or anything on your doors if the door's open?
No.
Okay.
You should get one. You should get one.
It's too late
And-
to talk about getting one.
Listen, I know this sounds dumb. I've lost my kids too.
Right.
Okay. Actually, mine just happened last week, and we went back in and we found them in the bedroom.
No, we just searched.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to who have you called? What doors have you knocked on?
I don't know these people out here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I called her.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And she told me she was at work. At first, I was riding around looking. And then me and my son started riding around looking.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And then
So how long ago has it been? An hour?
it's been a couple hours.
Couple hours?
Couple hours.
Okay.
Couple hours.
Have we called grandmas? Have we called cousins?
That's what I just asked. She the one. I don't know all that. She knows all that.
She called my grandma already.
She
Okay.
knows all that, not me.
Okay. Do we have a picture?
She does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mom.
Yeah. She got the picture, bro.
Who's the girl that lives here?
Andrea.
Andrea? What's Andrea's last name?
Culberson.
Culberson.
He need a picture of her.
You don't have nothing with you right now. Okay, that's fine. Have we called family?
I've called everybody. I have my
Okay.
uncle out riding around. My mom's on her way out here. My
We've been
friends on their
everywhere.
way out
We've
here.
been every
Okay.
fucking way.
And she's gonna be with a friend inside some apartment,
That's
most
why I
likely.
just said I'm gonna still look.
Okay.
We don't know anybody out here though. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Okay.
She would have never.
How many-
She would have never. First of all, she would have never woke up at 8:00 in the morning, and she would have never.
What you mean?
she
8 o'clock in the
I'm
morning.
just saying.
That ain't what I
She
said. I
definitely
never
was-
said
I know
that.
you
Guys,
didn't say
guys,
that.
this isn't the time to fight.
Exactly. I don't give a fuck about you walking,
Man,
nigga.
listen,
You
man.
lost her though.
How did I fucking lose?
Because you was watching her, Henry. What the fuck do you mean?
But hey,
I'm gone, sir. Come on, D.
listen to me.
Fuck that. I'm gone.
Well, you guys gotta come together right now. This isn't a time to fight about it. Okay. So, well, hey, if you, well, how am I supposed to? What do you want me to do?
I got everything, bro. I got everything. You see how she stepped on me? You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
I
got no picture. I got no. What do you want me to do?
What am I supposed to do? You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
I
All
get
thing
it.
I can do is
Henry,
look.
I get it. I get
All I
it.
can do is look.
I get it, Henry. Henry, let's go inside the apartment one more time. Look, this happens more often than you think. Well, I understand why she's upset.
I
But
understand, too.
when I'm trying to
upset,
help, she
but you
can't run
get
away from
upset.
me.
You can't
I
get
don't
upset
wanna-
and deal with the issue.
Yes.
You got to keep a level head.
Yeah.
You know that. I learned that a long time ago. Fuck, man.
104 and 105.
How many times have you guys stayed out here?
How many times have I been out here? The kids, this is their first time.
Oh, it's the very first time
Yeah.
she's ever stayed here.
104 and 105. Start 4.
And so
They've
has-
been over here, but they never stayed.
she has never stayed here.
The daughter out.
Like I said,
So I wonder just,
Daughter saying she was assaulted by the mom, and that the mom is not allowing her to get her things.
I mean,
this is such a small.
we got,
She's not in our look. I'm fucking that. She gonna open the door, man. She's gonna open.
What's her name?
She's gonna open.
Hi there. Are you Andrea?
Yeah.
Okay, Andrea. What's your date of birth, Andrea?
9383.
9383. And this is 2744, number 8.
Yeah.
And what's your phone number?
563.
Yep.
639. 8716.
8716. So tell me about, like, when was the last time you saw her?
She was here.
When?
What time was I? I fell asleep like around 11 midnight. She was here. She was in bed asleep.
Okay. And you guys never heard her come down, walk out? There's no forced entry or anything like that?
No force entry, no nothing.
Okay. Do you mind if I just come in and take a quick look? I'm not concerned about anything else. I just want to come in because probably 50% of the time we still find them inside the place when this happens. And
Well, I kind of do my face kind of wreck right now.
what's that?
My face is kind of in a wreck, but
Listen, I go in all sorts of places. I don't care how big
is
it
he
is.
aware of this?
What's that?
Is he aware of this?
Yeah. What's her name again? Was there any fights or arguments or anything last night? Bree is her name? Where was she sleeping at? Your bed? So where were you guys sleeping at last night? You guys slept out here? Can you look in the closet again? Huh?
That's all closed.
I know, I'm just telling you, you'd be surprised
I
what
know,
we've...
I know, right?
So she was sleeping in the bed with her brother? And you guys slept out here? Okay. What time did you guys wake up?
Now, I was still asleep. I don't know what time everybody else got up.
Well, what time did you wake up?
Oh, goodness, honestly, I cannot remember what time I was.
Okay, like 30 minutes ago, 2 hours ago? 2 hours ago? Okay. Hey, does she have any friends out here? Like, has she ever played with any of the neighbors?
No, not at all.
Okay, are you going to come out and help look or not?
Officer Burkle, did you happen to notice what kind of shoes Mr. Dinkins was wearing?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
Very gold, shiny gold shoes. They stood out.
Okay. And then today, do you recall anything about the condition of the shoes other than noting that they were very shiny and gold?
No, I just remember them being very shiny and gold.
Okay, all right. Your body-worn camera, is this something that would be accessible to detectives so that they could look at what was documented for his clothing and shoes when you had your contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. Good morning. Officer, in that video, the T-shirt that Mr. Dinkins is wearing, does that video accurately and fairly depict the condition of that shirt?
It should.
When you observed the clothes that Mr. Dinkins was wearing, specifically the shirt, it appeared to me to be fairly clean. Would you agree with that?
At that time, I'm not really looking at the clothing. I'm just, so, I mean, I remember it being white.
Did you notice any dirt stains or grass stains on it?
Nothing.
Any blood stains or blood spatter on it?
No.
And you mentioned on direct examination that DL made a comment to you at some point that he saw and heard Mr. Dinkins awaken Breasia Terrell and say, "Let's go."
Yes.
At what point in the interview, or at what point in time did DL say that?
When they brought a picture back up to me, I re-met with Aisha and DL.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that DL had left the complex with his mother and then came back sometime later, and that's when he told you that Mr. Dinkins had awakened Breasia and said, "Let's go," right?
Yeah.
Now, the video we just saw when Mr. Dinkins come out of the apartment with DL, one of the first things you asked was, "When's the last time you saw Breasia," right?
Yes.
And DL was right there with him, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that DL's kind of a rambunctious little kid,
Sure.
and he was offering his 2 cents worth throughout the video, right?
Correct.
He was kind of involved in the conversation even though he wasn't being asked questions, right?
Correct.
And he kind of confirmed, gave his 2 cents worth that it was last night, the last time he saw her, right?
Yes.
He did not chime in at that point that it was at some point during the night where he saw Mr. Dinkins come in and awaken Breasia and say, "Let's go," right?
He did not until I formally questioned him later.
And again, you only questioned him after his mother, who was upset, first of all, right?
Yeah.
She was angry, right? Not saying she shouldn't be. I mean, people have a whole range of emotions during these events, right?
Yeah.
But it was after he had spent time with his mother and come back that he had this story about Mr. Dinkins waking up Breasia and saying, "Let's go."
Yes.
And the vehicles in the video, the first one's a black Camaro. Did you look at that Camaro at all?
No.
How about the Impala?
No.
In your experience as a peace officer, the reaction and the demeanor of Mr. Dinkins did not raise any red flags to you, did it?
No.
That's all I have.
Officer Burkle, were you troubled by the fact that he just left?
Yeah.
Were you troubled by the fact that you tried calling him multiple times and he never returned that call?
Yes.
Were you troubled by the fact that you sent a text and then you did not get any indication of his location until he said he was at the Davenport Police Department a little after noon?
Yes.
All right. Did that seem very unusual?
Very unusual for a complainant just to leave.
All right. Now, as we looked at the video, and I don't know if you paid attention, but the T-shirt itself, did you notice areas on the T-shirt that looked like there would be sections that might be more damp, where it was almost wet compared to other areas that were dry?
You know, initially when I'm just there speaking to him, I'm not looking at his clothing because I'm not thinking anything suspicious yet. That something further may have happened to Breasia. So I'm not really looking at his clothing up and down to see if any spots are on it.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you were talking with Mr. Dinkins, as we observed there on the body-worn camera, were you focused in at all on DL and what it is that he was saying?
No,
Okay. Was DL even being interviewed at that point in time?
no,
Okay. Can you even tell us what DL was saying when he was standing over there by your squad car?
no.
All right. When Miss Langford returned to provide a photograph or photographs of Breasia, did you then conduct an interview of Aisha Langford?
Yes,
And then from there, then, did you conduct an interview of DL?
yes,
Was Mr. Dinkins anywhere near DL when you asked him about what he observed that night?
no,
All right. And then when you spoke with Andrea Culberson, was that after you'd had the opportunity to speak with Aisha and DL and then collect a statement from her?
no. I talked to Andrea before I talked to Aisha or DL.
Gotcha, gotcha. And so is that where you gathered the information from her about waking up at 3 a.m. in the morning?
Yes,
All right. I have no further questions.
You would agree with me, sir, that on that video we just watched, nowhere there did Henry Dinkins say he had just awakened.
no, no,
So if there's testimony that you or another witness provided that put the words in Henry's mouth that he had just woke up, that didn't appear in that video anywhere, right?
no, I knew he didn't just wake up. He said he's been looking for her for a couple hours.
Okay. But that video hasn't been edited. It's true and accurate to the best of your recollection, right?
Yes,
In your interview with DL, did he indicate to you that he saw his sister get shot?
no,
Did he indicate to you anything about seeing a bloody machete?
no,
Did he indicate to you that he saw a bloody machete and his father cleaning it off with bleach?
no.
That's all I have.
Officer Burkle, is there a difference between the structure of a field interview versus formal interviews that are conducted at the Davenport Police Department?
Yeah, you're confined more to a room, more safer place, feel more comfortable probably.
Okay. As a matter of standard practice, when you go out to a scene, do you conduct field interviews of witnesses?
Yeah,
However, is there always, almost always, a follow-up that's done by detectives of witnesses?
in major cases, yes.
And explain why there would be a follow-up by detectives.
You know, initial reaction when you always get on scene is, you know, people's blood pressure gets up. They may not recall everything. When things calm down and they're able to process things, they start to recollect some things that they may have forgot or not initially thought of. So typically when they go down to the police station to speak with the detectives, often it's days later. Or at least hours later, and they've had some downtime to recall the events, how they happened.
Okay. When we talk about an 8-year-old child, you know, considering those factors, is that something that you know, should be considered? You've got an 8-year-old child. This is not something that's normal for an 8-year-old child. Do we always want to do follow-up interviews with an 8-year-old child?
If they're available, yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
In your 20-plus years experience as an officer, however, you'd expect a witness, even in a field interview, to relay that they witnessed a shooting, correct?
Yeah,
Or you would expect a witness, no matter how old, if they're old enough to comprehend, to say they saw their father with a bloody machete wiping it off with bleach, in your experience?
unless they were intimidated by him being in the immediate vicinity of him, he may not want to.
But Henry Dinkins was in the vicinity of DL when you interviewed him, right?
No,
That's all I
after
have.
they left,
That's
no,
all.
the second time.
Ms. Cunningham?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Jason Pojar to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Jason Pojar, P like Paul, O-J-A-R.
Officer Pojar, are you retired at this point or currently employed?
Yes, I am. I'm currently retired from the Davenport Police Department.
How long had you been employed at the Davenport Police Department?
22 years and almost 2 months.
All right. If I could, I'd like to direct your attention to the events of July 10th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was assigned to the day shift patrol division at that point.
What hours would that have entailed?
Approximately 6:45 a.m. until 3:15 p.m.
Okay. Officer Pojar, did you become aware of a report that had been made at 8:29 a.m. in the morning of a child identified as Breasia Terrell who was reported to be missing?
Yes, I was.
How did you become familiar with that particular situation?
Survey marked patrol vehicle for the patrol division has MDCs in them, computers, and we're all able to communicate with each other, see each other's calls, what calls we might be on. It's also a centralized system in which you receive what's BOLOs, be on the lookouts, and there was a BOLO put out that morning as far as a vehicle we were looking for, a license plate, and what it was regarding that was sent out to all units on duty logged into the system at that time.
Okay. Now, the BOLO that was put out about a vehicle, was this a vehicle that was associated with the investigation developing that day relative to Breasia Terrell, who was reported missing?
Yes.
What was the description given of the vehicle of interest?
It was a 2007 maroon Chevy Impala bearing Iowa license plate I-Ida V Victor U Union 770.
Okay. What were you doing at approximately 1:31 p.m. that afternoon?
I was driving southbound in the 400 block of Main Street in our city when I came across that vehicle located in front of 410 Main Street, legally parked on the west side of the street facing south.
Okay. Now, to be clear, when we talk about 410 Main Street, what direction does that run?
That is a Main Street is a north-south street, and it was approximately half a block from West 4th Street, which is a east-west perpendicular street to it.
Okay. What is the address of the Davenport Police Department?
416 Harrison Street.
And then what would be the intersecting number street where the police department lies there at 416 Harrison?
You're phrasing that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what would be our numbered street that intersects with Harrison? Does the police department sit
Oh,
on
West
the-
4th Street?
Yeah.
East West Street? Yeah.
All right.
Yep, so Harrison Street is a north-south street. Main Street is a north-south street. They are 1 block from each other, north-south streets. And on the south side is the east-west, West 4th Street.
Got you. All right. When you came across that vehicle, did you reach out to anyone to advise that you had located the Impala?
Yes, I did. I called Detective Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay, what did you advise Sergeant Pfeiffer?
I advised him of my location and that I was out with that vehicle.
Okay. With that being said, did you receive any information that a subject of interest, Henry Dinkins, was at the Davenport Police Department?
I was not advised that he was at the police department. After speaking with Sergeant Pfeiffer, he said, stay with the vehicle, obviously. I will call you back in a few minutes. And that is after a few minutes later when I received a call back from Detective Beth Tharp from the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. Now, what was the purpose for Detective Tharp reaching out to you?
She advised me that the Criminal Investigation Division had a search warrant for that vehicle and she requested that I have it towed to the Davenport Police Department evidence bay, accompany Fred's towing to that, and stay with it until she arrived on location.
Okay, with that being said then, what specifically did you do?
So what we do is we go to frequency 3, one of our radio frequencies. We tell the dispatcher our location, which they already know from me calling out the location when I was out with, and request Fred's towing to respond. At that point, Fred's towing responds. Usually they try to get there within 20 minutes. Sometimes it's a little quicker, sometimes a little longer, but we stay with the vehicle until Fred's towing responds. We inform them what we have, put gloves on, don't touch anything. It's going to be towed to the police department. I'll accompany you there. So once that happened, the Fred's towing driver responded. I followed him down to the police department. On the west side of the police department, which is North Ripley Street, North South Street, there's an overhead door, which I got out of my squad car. I opened it up, and I watched him back into our garage and drop the vehicle there in a parking space.
Okay. So essentially, are you the individual that's maintaining the chain of custody for that vehicle?
That's correct, I am.
All right. At the time that you located the vehicle, what were the weather conditions?
As far as I remember, sunny, clear, wasn't raining, snowing, any adverse
Anything
weather.
like that? And the surface where the vehicle was parked, how would you describe that?
Was dry, clean concrete.
All right. And then beyond that, if an individual was going to go to the Davenport Police Department to talk to law enforcement, is there any parking right there along the building, either on Harrison Street or 4th Street?
Yes, both. So on the east side of the building, just north of West 4th Street, there is a visitor parking lot, which you can access by pulling into it from southbound Harrison Street. If you choose not to pull into that parking lot, there is parking there on North Harrison Street in front of the police department, or if you take a right onto West 4th Street right at that light, there's ample parking along the street there.
Okay. Now, did you remain with the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did anyone then meet you in that south evidence garage once the vehicle had been taken into the garage by Fred's towing?
Yes, within a few minutes of once Fred's dropped the vehicle and drove off, I stood with the vehicle until Detective Tharp responded down to meet with me.
And then when Detective Tharp responded down to meet with you, was the vehicle then turned over to her custody and control?
That is correct.
Did that conclude your involvement in this particular matter?
Yes, it did.
The events that you've described, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, essentially, your involvement in this is locating that maroon Impala at 410 Main Street, right?
Correct.
So the car was parked 1 block away from the Davenport Police Department?
Correct.
And I mean, that would probably take, what, 2 minutes to get from where the car was parked to the inside of the Davenport Police Department?
I'd say that'd be accurate, yes.
Okay. So, I think you mentioned you had located this car at about 1:30 p.m. on July 10th of 2020, right?
Correct. I called out at 1:31 with it.
How long did you stand there next to the car before Fred's towing got there?
I would estimate it was roughly a 10-minute process off the top of my head. So, like I said, I know that after I called out the vehicle, I exited my vehicle just to walk up to the vehicle, make sure I didn't observe anybody inside of it. Then I returned to my vehicle. I know I called Sergeant Pfeiffer on my cell phone immediately. He said give him a few minutes, he'd call me back. I don't know exactly what time that was that I called him, but I can tell you it was within a couple of minutes when I received a call right back from Detective Tharp asking that, okay, go ahead and have it towed to the station. At which point, when I hung up with her, I went to Channel 3 and requested Fred's Towing to respond with our dispatcher.
Okay, so you look inside this vehicle. You're trying to see if there's anybody in it. I mean, you're within a foot of this vehicle, right?
Correct, couple of feet, yeah. Walked up to the
maroon-
driver's side window.
The maroon Impala we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, so then as soon as you see that nobody's in the car, you make all these phone calls while you're sitting in your patrol car,
Correct.
and then Fred's towing gets there about 10 minutes later, right?
I don't recall what time, but it would have been slightly longer than that because I'm estimating it was roughly a 10-minute process, maybe 15 tops as far as when I went out with the vehicle, walked up the driver's side window, took a quick view in, returned back to my squad car, called Detective Sergeant Pfeiffer. A few minutes later, got a call back from Detective Tharp. By the time I went to Channel 3 to request it, it probably would have been 10, 15-minute process, I'd estimate.
So my point here is that you've had eyes on this vehicle for about 10 to 15 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I imagine you're looking in the windows, you're looking for any weapons, because at this point, you know that there's a search warrant on the vehicle, right?
I did not know when I walked up to the vehicle and glanced inside. Obviously, I looked for any persons, anything out in clear view. It was once I received the call from Detective Tharp back that she had told me they already have a search warrant for the vehicle, have it towed to the station. So when I walked up to the vehicle, I was not aware there was an active search warrant for it at that time, no.
Did you see any mud or dirt on the side of the vehicle at this point?
I don't recall. It's one of those things, like I said, my position to come across the vehicle, I just do a quick clear, walk up to it, make sure it's unoccupied, make sure there's nothing alarming in my clear view, and then return to my squad car. I didn't walk around it to inspect it. Like if it was to be like a hit and run vehicle we're looking for, obviously that's something I would walk around, kind of take note of any damage, mud, paint transfer, something like that. But under these circumstances, it was simply walking up to it, make sure I observed nobody inside, nothing clearly alarming in plain view, and then I returned. I really can't say that I took note of any damage or paint transfer, mud or dirt. I wasn't looking for anything.
Okay, did the exterior of the vehicle seem pretty clean to you?
I don't recall.
Didn't see any damage or dent on the vehicle?
I don't recall because once again, I wasn't specifically looking for that. And then pay
Okay,
attention to the body of it.
So you did, though. You were staring at this vehicle for probably 10 to 15 minutes.
From the back end. So, like I said, it was parked on the west side of the street facing south. So I had parked right behind it. So all I can see is the back bumper plate of the vehicle. Can't see the sides of it or the front of it being parked behind it.
Okay, and then the interior of the vehicle, you said you looked at it for a brief moment.
Correct, yeah.
Just from that brief
Few
moment?
seconds, yeah.
Just from that brief moment, did it seem pretty clean on the inside to you?
I don't recall. Once again, I know I looked inside. You know, obviously you're looking for persons, you're looking for weapons, paraphernalia. You see anything legal that pops out, not see anything. I didn't sit there and kind of inventory in my head what was where. I had a specific purpose what I was looking for, didn't see it, so I returned to my squad and made the phone calls.
Didn't take any pictures of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Officer Pojo, I think it's pretty evident, but I'll just make it extremely evident. Did you see anyone in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Beth Tharp to the stand.
Just a moment.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Beth Tharp to the stand.
Do you sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Your Honor, may we just have a brief 5-minute break?
You may.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be in adjournment for 5 minutes. Proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Detective Elizabeth Tharp.
Could you spell your first and your last name for our record?
ELIZABETHTHARP.
What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the City of Davenport.
And how long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
15 years.
Okay. Could you describe your prior educational background?
Yes, I attended Iowa State University where I got a bachelor's degree in sociology and criminal justice.
Okay. And then once you completed your formal education, where did you begin your professional career?
Davenport.
When did you officially start with the Davenport Police Department?
August 4th of 2008.
Okay. Now, if you could describe for us the different capacities that you have served the Davenport Police Department.
After completing the Law Enforcement Academy, I was a patrol officer. From there, I began working in the NETS unit. After that, I returned to patrol where I was a field training officer. And from there, I went up to the Detective Bureau, and I have been in every unit of that bureau now.
Okay. In what capacity were you working in July of 2020?
I was a light duty officer due to pregnancy in the, at that time, major case unit.
Okay. Directing your attention to the events of July 10th of 2020, if you could, how far along were you in your pregnancy at that point?
7 or 8 months at that point.
And how heightened was your sense of smell?
Pretty heightened.
Was it? And when you say that you were on light duty, what specifically had you been tasked with doing at that time, given the pregnancy?
I was actually assigned to administrative duty. This was post-riots, so I was assisting Detective Butt with the shooting of Sergeant Lansing and any duties related to the riots that time.
Okay. Directing your attention to a report that came in at 8:29 a.m. that morning, reporting a child by the name of Breasia Terrell as missing. At some point in the day, were you pulled from your assignment and asked to carry out some responsibilities given, the use of other manpower and where it was being directed in the Detective Bureau?
Yes, I was asked to draft a search warrant for a vehicle that was being brought to the station by Officer Pojar. And once that search warrant was signed, I was asked to go downstairs with the evidence tech and sit with her while she took some photographs.
Okay. What is the name of the evidence technician that you're referencing?
Jill Foster.
Okay. And then did Jill Foster respond to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, she did.
Where did she respond to?
The secure evidence bay in our north garage.
Okay. And then what happened once Jill Foster arrived down there in the secure evidence bay?
We opened the trunk to make sure that Breasia Terrell was not located inside.
Okay. When you opened the trunk, was there any human remains found inside the trunk?
There was not.
All right. Now, did Ms. Foster just take some general photographs of the vehicle so that how it existed and what was in that vehicle was captured?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when the trunk was opened up?
Yes.
When that trunk was opened up, is there anything specifically that you noted?
I noted a strong odor of like a chemical bleach smell.
All right. Now, was this something that Ms. Foster noted, or was it something that you picked up given the fact that you were in the later stages of pregnancy?
It was something I mentioned to her.
Okay. And then when you mentioned being able to smell the Clorox, do you recall how she would have responded to that?
I don't off the top of my head.
That's fine. Was that information then that you relayed to detectives that were working the Breasia Terrell investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did your observations of the odor of Clorox coming from that Impala actually form probable cause that was, well, I should say information that was incorporated into later applications for search warrants of that vehicle to establish probable cause to process it in different ways?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 150-1 and 150-2. Coach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1 and 150-2. Please look at 150-1. Do you recognize that particular exhibit?
I haven't personally seen it, but this would be a search warrant for that Impala that I had looked at first.
Okay, all right. Now, were there a number of search warrants that were applied for over the course of time relative to this Impala?
Yes.
Okay. Did Davenport Police Department apply for search warrants?
Yes.
And then did you have any knowledge of the FBI also having applied for a search warrant for this vehicle?
I'm sure they did. I just wasn't involved.
Absolutely. What I'd like to do is this. As you look at this, is this a standard application for a search warrant that is used here in Scott County?
Yes, it is.
And with each application for search warrant, on that opening page, does it give a description of the item or locations to be searched?
Yes, it does.
And then is there a description set forth in the application identifying the types of property that law enforcement is looking for?
Yes.
All right. And for this application for search warrant, does it bear the signature of a particular officer of the Davenport Police Department?
Detective Sean Johnson.
And does it give us a date that this was presented to a judge and was subscribed and sworn by Detective Johnson before a judge or magistrate?
July 14th.
Okay. All right. And then attached there too, is there a probable cause statement set forth in Attachment A?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, is there an endorsement page with a signature of a judge?
Yes.
And then is there a search warrant that shows that it had been reviewed by a judge, signed and dated?
Yes.
And then that being said, I want you to look at the Attachment A. Take a moment to read all of the probable cause that was set forth in Attachment A, but I want you to focus on anything that relates to information that you provided. All right, don't indicate anything just yet.
Okay.
Does this application for search warrant apply to a vehicle of interest that was seized on July 10th and taken to the evidence bay?
Yes, it does.
And what is that vehicle?
That is going to be the 2007 maroon Chevy Impala with license plates IVU 770.
And was this the vehicle that Officer Pojar had followed to that evidence bay when it was towed there?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 151, or 150-1.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on several grounds and apologize for speaking. First of all, no one's challenging the veracity or the propriety of the search of the vehicle. Number two is clearly hearsay. Number three, this officer cannot lay foundation for a search warrant applied for by another officer. Additionally, it's cumulative and redundant to testimony already in a record. And number five, it contains information that violates the motion in limine.
Counsel, please approach. will sustain the objection at this time.
Thank you. Detective Tharp, this is just purely foundational. Who was the detective that would have authored this particular application for search warrant?
150-1 was Detective Sean Johnson.
All right. Now, here's my questions to you. Your observations about having detected the odor of bleach coming from the trunk, did it make it into Attachment A, which basically would have been facts set forth to develop probable cause for the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit 150-2, and again, very simply, this is for purposes of foundation. But what is State's Exhibit 150-2?
It's a search warrant for the 2007 maroon Chevy Impala with license plates IVU 770.
Okay, who was the detective who would have completed the application for search warrant in this instance?
Detective Obert.
Okay, and what was the date that this was applied for?
The 20th of July.
Okay, would it be fair to say that the vehicle was processed at different points in time depending upon the type of evidence that law enforcement officers were looking for?
Based off the search warrants, I would say yes.
Okay, all right, so that being said then, I want you, do we have the application for search warrant?
Yes.
Is there an Attachment A which sets forth facts in support of the probable cause that's required to be established for the issuance of the search warrant?
Yes.
All right, and then is there also an endorsement on the search warrant application that's been signed by a magistrate?
Yes.
And then is there also the signed search warrant where it's been signed by a judge and dated?
Yes.
I want you to again go back to Attachment A. I want you to review the facts set forth in that attachment for purposes of developing probable cause for the issuance of this search warrant. Once you've had an opportunity to do that, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Having reviewed the information set forth in application or Attachment A in State's Exhibit 150-2, is there any reference to your observations of having smelled the odor of bleach from that trunk?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and take those exhibits from you. Detective Tharp, what I'd like to do is I want to direct your attention to July 13th of 2020. Were you asked to do a video review of video surveillance footage that had been seized from the area of Schmidt Road?
Yes.
Could you please set the stage for that and help us understand what that entailed?
The video was provided to me, and I watched it on a department-issued computer. It was of a parking lot which contained a RV-type vehicle that I was told belonged to Mr. Dinkins. From the video, you were able to see what would be the entrance door of the RV and any vehicles that would arrive at the RV.
Okay. Now that footage, what date was the activity that was documented on that video?
That would be activity from the morning of July 10th of 2020.
And then what was the time on the video surveillance footage for activity that you observed?
Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure.
Would it help to, well, let me ask you this. Did you generate a report to document that time?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and refresh her recollection?
I don't think appropriate foundation for refreshing recollection has been laid yet.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Sustained.
Did you generate a report documenting what you observed during your review of that video surveillance camera?
I did.
Okay, and in that report, do you provide a description of observations made?
Yes.
Do you also set forth the time that these events occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember that time as you sit there on the stand?
I do not.
Would it help to review your report so that you can identify the specific time of when these events occurred?
It would.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness and hand her report?
You may.
I'm handing you a report. I want you just to use it to refresh your recollection. After you've had an opportunity to do that, let me know, and then I'll take that report back.
I'm done.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time on the video surveillance footage?
The time that I was watching was between 8:23 and 8:24 a.m.
Okay. Describe what activity you observed in the area of that RV.
I observed a red sedan pulled up in front of the camper, and I was able to see a small child in the doorway of the camper and a male subject, believed to be Mr. Dinkins, and it appeared that they were securing the camper and leaving.
Okay. When you talk about a red sedan, what do you mean by a sedan?
A four-door vehicle.
All right. And the red sedan that you observed, was it all consistent in appearance with the maroon Chevy Impala that you had contact with in the Evidence Bay of the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been.
Okay. And then what did you note about the vehicle relative to the trunk?
The trunk was open of the vehicle, and then it was closed.
Okay. Had you observed anyone, if you can recall, going back to that trunk and closing the trunk?
Yes, the male subject.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
It did.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Ma'am, on the video you were just talking about, the gentleman that you saw on the video, the adult, what was he wearing?
I don't know off the top of my head, and it's not documented in the report.
You didn't document his attire,
I did not.
but you assumed it to be Mr. Dinkins.
I did.
Why?
Based off of the information I was given, that was his trailer and that was his vehicle.
Okay. What information were you given that it was his trailer and that was his vehicle?
They specifically just said, this is his trailer, watch it, and his vehicle is a red sedan.
Okay. So, in your experience as an investigator, it's not important to pick out details like the clothing he's wearing, stuff like that?
Typically I would.
What's different about this?
I'm going to go with being very pregnant and under a lot of stress.
Okay. Were you very pregnant and under a lot of stress when you popped that trunk?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you didn't note anything of evidentiary value in that trunk?
Likely, yes.
Okay. Did you see the person that you say is Mr. Dinkins on that video have anything in his hand like a machete?
I could not testify to that today. No, I cannot.
Did you see him have anything in his hands?
Not that I can testify to, no.
Did you see him spray down anything with a spray bottle?
It was a 15-second video. No, I did not.
Okay. This crime scene technician, was that Jill Foster?
It was.
Did she make any comments to you about smelling bleach?
Not that I recall.
Are you attributing this ability to smell bleach to being pregnant?
I would say that my sense of smell was significantly heightened while I was pregnant, and I do remember smelling a strong chemical smell like bleach in the trunk when we opened it.
Well, there's different chemical smells, agreed?
Agreed.
I mean, there's ammonia, right?
Correct.
And that smells different than bleach,
It
right?
does.
So did you smell bleach or did you smell a chemical smell?
I smelled bleach. It's very distinct.
There were cleaning supplies in that trunk, right?
I believe so, yes.
So there was a box that had cleaning supplies in it, correct?
Correct.
And there was a hatchet in that trunk, right?
Yes.
You didn't look at that hatchet, though.
No, I did not.
Did Ms. Foster indicate to you that she saw what she thought was blood on that hatchet?
She did.
And she saw that through the blue light or whatever she was wearing?
I believe so, yes.
She was closer to the trunk than you were?
Initially, when we opened it, I was closer in case the body of Breasia Terrell was inside.
How long did you spend right near the trunk? How many seconds?
30, 45?
And at 30 to 45 seconds, you didn't see a bottle of bleach?
No.
Could you tell if the interior cloth portion of the trunk was wet?
No.
What does bleach do to fabric?
It typically removes the color.
Did you notice any bleach stains?
I did not.
At any point in time, did you see the interior of the Impala?
I looked through the windows.
Did you see any bleach stains on the interior?
I did not.
Did you think that you could see bleach stains from your vantage point?
I could have.
So if someone had poured bleach in that Impala, is it fair for me to assume that you could have seen bleach stains?
Yes.
And you did not see any bleach stains?
I do not remember seeing any bleach stains. Excuse me. I do not remember seeing any bleach stains, no.
That's all I have.
Was there a massive amount of video surveillance footage that was seized from a number of locations throughout Davenport in officers' attempts to locate Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Okay. Because of that, were officers who were on light duty assigned to do an initial review of footage?
Yes.
And then if you observed something of interest that would be relevant to this investigation, was that information then documented for Detective Obert, the lead detective, to go back and review?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you would have done in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And then finally, when yourself and evidence technician Jill Foster went down to that evidence bay, was the scope of the search warrant to pull out items and go through and search, or simply to take photographs and document?
It was to ensure that the body of Breasia Terrell was not inside. Then we photographed it and sealed it up to demonstrate that nothing was disturbed.
Okay, and so therefore you weren't pulling out items and going through and looking at them. Would that be fair to say?
I did not touch anything inside the vehicle.
Okay. Would that be true for Ms. Foster as well?
Yes, she photographed only.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down. At this time, we'll take our noon recess. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
warrants during the course of the last testimony. And as always, I invite counsel at the end to correct the summary. Mr. Freeze had objected to the introduction of the, I believe it was 151-1 and one moment. 150-1 and 150-2 exhibits offered by the state during the course of the testimony from Officer Tharp. During that bench conference, Mr. Freeze stated more of his objections, specifically that submitting the exhibit as it was presented would be in violation of one of the court's previous court rulings, pretrial rulings, and additionally that the officer was not the author of the warrant. And during that conversation, then the county attorney, Ms. Cunningham, stated she just wished to elicit a response that information that was provided by Officer Tharp was utilized within the warrant, and the court ruled that that question could be asked, but the exhibit would not be admitted during the course of that officer's testimony. And I asked Mr. Freeze if he had any further objections, and he stated no. Is that a fair summary, Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Freeze?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Corporal Joshua Stocking to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
It's Joshua Stocking, S-T-O-C-K-I-N-G.
What is your occupation?
A police officer,
Who are you employed with?
City of Davenport.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
Going on 21 years.
Describe your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in law enforcement. I also attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, along with a field training program here at Davenport.
And throughout the course of your career, have you been actively involved in ongoing training involving various aspects of the law enforcement work that you perform?
Yes.
In what capacities have you served the department?
I have served a patrol division. I've served in a division called NETS. I've served in the property crimes division within the Detective Bureau. I've served in the Special Victims Unit within the Detective Bureau. I've also served in the Warrant Division, and I'm now currently assigned to Major Case.
Okay. How long have you been with the Davenport Police Department?
Almost 21 years.
As of July of 2020, which of those units were you assigned to?
I was in the Property Crimes Division.
Were you involved in some capacity with an investigation that was initiated on July 10th that came about as a result of a child by the name of Breasia Terrell who was reported to be missing?
Yes.
What was the date of your initial involvement?
The initial date, July 10th.
Okay. Now, just to set the stage, there was a call made to the department at 8:29 a.m. in the morning that communications specialist Mona Varela would have taken with patrol being dispatched out to a given location. What location was patrol dispatched out to?
To an apartment complex on 53rd Street.
Okay. Is that the Jersey Meadows apartment complex?
Correct.
At some point then, was the Detective Bureau contacted and a request made for additional manpower?
Yes.
Were you a part of the team from the Detective Bureau that responded out to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
Yes.
Describe then what your involvement would have been out there during July 10th.
My involvement would have been the canvass of the surrounding area of the apartment complex, looking for videos and any witnesses that may have seen where Briasia had left.
Now, explain why you were looking for video surveillance cameras.
Just trying to catch her on videos, get a direction of travel,
Okay.
to see if we could see her walking, running, to see if a car picked her up, anything that would give us a lead.
Okay. With that being said, how broad a search was conducted out in that area to see if there were residences or businesses that had video surveillance equipment attached to the physical structures for either?
It was numerous blocks.
Numerous blocks.
Yeah.
All right. And then if there was a business that was noted to have a video surveillance camera or cameras affixed to the outside of the business, did a law enforcement officer make contact with a representative of the store?
Yes.
If there was a video surveillance camera noted to be fixed to the outside structure of any residence in that area of town, did an officer make contact with the homeowner?
Yes.
And as a result of that contact, then what was the nature of any request that was made either to employees of businesses or residents of homes?
We would request to review their video footage.
Okay. Was there quite a bit of video surveillance footage that was collected from that area of town?
Yes.
Describe then how that process was handled as far as the review was concerned, and then with that review, what additional steps were taken?
For that initial incident, like the initial day?
No, we're just talking
In general?
Yeah, just very generally about the video surveillance feed. Whenever we seized video surveillance feed, what was the process that was followed by the Davenport Police Department?
We would download it onto a USB or a disk, and then we would transport it to the station where it's turned over to someone to be viewed. After it's viewed, it's then placed in evidence.
Okay. Were there individuals at the department who were doing an initial review of all of the videos that were seized throughout the course of this investigation?
Yes.
For the individuals that were doing this review, were these officers who were active in community policing, or were they on some type of light duty status?
The ones I am familiar with were on light duty status.
And then when they went through and did a review, were there parameters that were provided to them as far as information about suspects of interest or an individual of interest?
Yes.
Vehicles of interest?
Yes.
Any characteristics associated with vehicles of interest?
Yes.
And even descriptors about Briasia Terrell and what she looked like?
Yes.
Once that initial stage of review took place, then, was that documented in some way to be reviewed further by a lead case detective?
Yes.
Who was our lead detective in this particular case?
Detective Obert.
Okay. And then would he have gone back and then reviewed any video surveillance that was flagged as having something that may be relevant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to do is I want to focus on July 10th so that we've got a perspective of how extensive the search was done out there on 53rd. You talked about looking for video surveillance footage.
Yes.
Would that have included yourself and many other officers?
Correct.
Okay. And then define for us what you mean by a canvass was conducted.
So I was paired up with Detective Errol Walker, and we were tasked with knocking on doors, going door to door with a photo of Briasia. We were looking for A, any witnesses that may have seen her leaving, and B, if there was any video cameras that we could view to see if we get a direction of travel. So we were going door to door on foot.
Okay. Were you only one such team that was doing that?
There was multiple teams.
Okay. And so by virtue of that, was that area of town divided up into sections with teams being deployed to those two different sections of town?
Yes. Sergeant Colclaser had divided us up in teams into certain areas and wanted us to search them.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. we previously introduced State's Exhibit number 38. I'd like for you to look at State's Exhibit 38, and then once you've had an opportunity to orient yourself to what's depicted on this diagram that would be relevant to the discussion that I'm going to have with you, let me know. And if it would help Corporal Stocking to go down and just look closer at the exhibit, feel free to do so.
Yeah. Let's take a look here. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Define for us then how extensive the canvas was by just identifying neighborhoods that were covered and the locations of those neighborhoods relative to the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows.
You want me to talk about the ones me and Detective Walker did?
Yeah, and then additionally just other areas. I mean, we could bring in officers all day long to talk about that, but we're trying to be more circumspect.
I would say the primary area for the canvas would have been 53rd Street south down to 46th, from Elmore all the way over to Jersey.
Okay. All right. Now, what areas were you and Detective Walker canvassing?
We canvassed Lorton, which Jersey Meadows, as you come out of Jersey Meadows south, there's a stoplight there. If you continue through the stoplight, turns into Lorton. So we did Lorton all the way down to 51st. We did 51st, and then all the way down Lorton, all the way down to 47th. We did 47th, and then we did all of 46th Street.
Okay. All right. Is that just kind of a good indication of what would have happened in the other areas around Jersey Meadow apartment complex working to the east?
Yes. We also did a canvass behind Costco where there's a field. We walked that area as a group. We also did all the surrounding area of Jersey Meadows as well.
Okay. All right. What did you do in the area that you and Detective Walker worked?
Went door to door looking for any leads for Breasia.
Okay. Would you have knocked on every door of every residence there?
Yes.
Okay. And then if individuals weren't home, were business cards left requesting the homeowner or residents to contact the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, relative to the entirety of that canvas done of that area, did anyone report seeing Breasia?
No.
Was Breasia captured on any video surveillance cameras?
No, not that I collected.
And then were there any leads developed whatsoever by virtue of video surveillance cameras or knocking on doors that would assist in locating Breasia?
No.
Okay. Now, let's step outside of that. From there, then, what were you tasked with doing in the course of the investigation?
The following days, we were tasked with, again, continuing to canvass the area, broadening the search, looking for maybe businesses that would have video showing maybe 53rd Street, trying to find any sort of leads that would have maybe a vehicle or something that we found relevant to the investigation.
Okay. Did that extend further past Jersey Ridge on 53rd?
Yes.
So, for example, in the area of 53rd and Eastern, is that a residential area?
That's a business area.
It's a business area. And then, so what types of businesses were located in that area?
There's a couple of strip malls there and some banks.
Okay. Are there also some medical facilities there?
Yes.
Did that canvas include going north on Eastern?
Yes.
And as you go north on Eastern, are there a number of neighborhoods either off to what would be the east or the west of Eastern Avenue as you head toward Veterans Memorial Parkway?
Yes.
Were those neighborhoods canvassed as well?
Yes.
All right. And then did you go through the same process of collecting video footage if it was located?
Yes.
Okay. And would all of that have been reviewed?
Yes.
All right. From there, then, what were you tasked with doing?
We then had information that we were going to move out north towards Highway 30, DeWitt, Comanche area to start canvas out there.
Do you know what information was gathered in the investigation that triggered a search out north?
Yeah, at this point, we had already identified the defendant as a possible suspect involved with this, and his phone had pinged. From my understanding, they got a phone ping somewhere in the area of DeWitt, Comanche, McCall's an area out there somewhere, and so they wanted us to go out there and start canvassing.
Okay. There has been testimony offered about a major canvass that was conducted from July 15th through July 19th out along Highway 30 in the area of Clinton and Comanche. Did that encompass DeWitt as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were you a part of that?
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as what was happening out there, what was happening out there?
We were canvassing, again, for video. There was 2 days where we canvassed, I believe it was Lieutenant Ellerbach had a map that was divided up, and we were all assigned certain sections to go search. So we spent a whole day doing that. The other couple days, me and Detective King and Detective Walker, depending on the dates, were canvassing for video through Highway 30 and also 11th Street, which is the main thoroughfare in DeWitt.
All right. As you were doing that canvass, was there a specific business that you were tasked to go to?
Yes.
What was that business?
Walmart.
Where was that located?
That was in Clinton.
Okay. And what was the purpose for sending you to the Walmart in Clinton?
Me and Detective King were out that day canvassing video, and we were advised to go to Walmart to pick up a video and a receipt.
Did you know why there would be video from Walmart and a receipt that would be pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Explain.
I was told that it had Mr. Dinkins on video at Walmart, and they needed to pick the video up.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
All right. And then once you picked up that video, describe the chain of custody that you would have maintained for that video.
I secured it. I turned it over to Detective Nate Thomas for review. When he was finished with that, given back to me, I logged and placed it into evidence.
Okay. And then would that have been something that was subject to review by Detective Obert?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 87 for purposes of identification. I'd like for you to look at State's Exhibit 87 and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, that'd be the receipt.
Okay. And was this the receipt that you retrieved from Walmart?
Yes.
Describe the chain of custody that you maintained for that item of evidence.
Again, when I received it, secured it with my person until I returned to the station, where I later logged and placed it into evidence.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 87.
I would object based off of improper foundation and its hearsay.
Your Honor, I would note that the parties have reached a stipulation relevant to video surveillance footage, and this was a component of an item of evidence that was collected. We do have this officer who was personally involved in retrieving that item. He's described the chain of custody, and the State does believe that it has established the foundation for it.
I mean, we had a stipulation for the video. We didn't have a stipulation for the document. So again, I would renew those two objections.
Has the stipulation been presented to the court? I have not seen it.
I don't believe so.
For purposes of our record, counsel and I have discussed it. Counsel has prepared it. We've reviewed it. The State was in agreement with the parameters of the stipulation. And what needs to happen is we just need to present that to the court with our signatures. But we have set that up.
The objection is sustained at this point.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Corporal Stocking, let's go back if we could. What date did you go to the Walmart there in Clinton?
The 20th.
Okay, who did you meet with at the Walmart?
Matt Gahart.
Can you spell Mr. Gahant's last name for our record?
Let me pull it up for you so I don't get it wrong. It's Gehant.
Okay, describe the nature of your contact with Mr. Gahant when you responded to the Walmart store.
I showed up to Walmart, walked inside, asked to speak with loss prevention and security. He showed up, and he handed me the video and the receipt.
Okay, and had there already been contact initiated with Mr. Gahant prior to yourself and Detective King going out to that location?
Yes, we were just there to clearly pick it up that someone already made contact and requested the video.
And then did he know specifically why you were there, that it was related to activities involving Mr. Dinkins' contact at the Walmart store?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then with respect to the receipt, we've talked about the chain of custody. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear for purposes of our record. State's Exhibit 87, does it give a description for what that item is?
Walmart receipt.
Okay. When you turn an item into evidence, describe how that process works.
I place it in an envelope, seal it, sign my name to it, log in a computer system, and enter it into there and print off the label.
Okay. What types of information is contained on the label that you print off?
My name, badge number, location.
Okay. In this particular case, when you had gone back to place the receipt into evidence, did you print out a receipt that would contain the relevant information associated with State's Exhibit 87?
What do you mean?
Like a
The label?
Yeah.
Yes, the label, yes.
Okay. And is that label attached to the envelope for State's Exhibit 87?
Yes.
Okay. And then once the receipt was placed there in the envelope, then do you seal that in any way so that it can't be tampered with?
Yes.
Describe.
So we take this clear packing tape, put it over the opening, and then I seal with evidence tape and sign my name to it.
Okay. And was that practice followed with respect to this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's obviously been open for courts today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the envelope opened at a different location so as not to tamper with the evidence tape that you put on it when you sealed it?
Yes.
And then, if you could, Your Honor, the state would move to introduce the exhibit at this time, subject to further foundation through the testimony of Matt Gahant.
I have the same objections, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could, the state would simply like to introduce testimony on the label. And then I can just withdraw at this time and introduce it through Matt Gahant. But I'd like to get that foundation established.
I think that's appropriate. You may ask a question about the label.
Thank you. All right. Can you tell us the information that you put on the label that's attached to that exhibit?
I put description, Walmart receipt of what Henry Dinkins purchased.
Okay. And the date?
Recovery date, July 20th.
All right. And then from there, did you put a location where it was recovered from?
2715 South 25th Street, Clinton, Iowa.
What is the relevance of that location?
The Walmart.
And then did you sign that receipt?
The label? Yes,
Yes.
I signed the label. Correct.
Okay. And then at that point in time, was it placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. When you place it into evidence, where does it go for purposes of storage?
We have a room on the main floor, an evidence locker where it's secured in there.
Okay. Now, are these temporary evidence lockers or permanent evidence lockers?
These are temporary.
Explain how a temporary evidence locker works and what's done with evidence placed into temporary evidence lockers.
It's placed in the temporary evidence locker. Then when the evidence workers come in the morning, they check the temporary lockers and they remove the items and place them into a permanent.
Okay. Are you familiar with Aaron Leza?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Robin Hudson?
Robin Murdy.
Robin Murdy. There we
Yes.
go. Thank you. And then who are these two young ladies?
They are evidence, our evidence workers.
Okay. Are these two young ladies the ladies that are responsible for removing items from our temporary lockers to store in permanent evidence vaults?
Yes.
And would that have been a practice followed in this particular instance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. By virtue of the canvass and searches done on July 15th through July 19th up in the Clinton area, was there any evidence recovered that would help to locate Breasia Terrell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of perspective, with officers out in that area, say, for example, if there was a shirt laying in a field, would that have been collected?
Yes.
If there was like a phone along the side of the road, would that be collected?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you just collect anything and everything that you came across?
Because you just don't know.
Okay. And then with the collection of those items, would that have been examined and a determination made as to whether or not it would have relevance to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to the issue of canvassing being done in this area to collect video surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
All right. What areas were covered, if you recall?
That I covered myself during the canvass. We covered, me and Detective King covered DeWitt, and we covered some of Highway 30.
All right. Can you show us on the map where DeWitt is so that we understand the relationship of DeWitt to Clinton? And then take the pointer, stand off to the side so that the court can see what you're doing. And use Highway 61 going north as a starting point. So that's... Okay. What is the exit that you would take of Highway 61 heading north to go toward Clinton? Oh, but what highway would it be?
Highway 30.
Okay. So then is that the same highway that you would exit to go into DeWitt?
That'd be the first exit in DeWitt. There's a second exit as well.
Okay. And then as far as Comanche, you had referenced Comanche too. Can you give us a perspective of the relationship of Comanche to the area where the Walmart was located?
Comanche right here.
Okay. For purposes of our written record, directionally, which way would it be?
South.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. Was any video surveillance collected along Highway 30 or even locations that you went to submitted for review?
Yes.
Okay. And then did it go through that same review process?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And if there was something of relevance, would that have been then directed to our lead detective, Detective Obert?
Yes.
All right. Finally, I want to direct your attention to the events of March 22nd of 2021. Do you understand what the relevance of that date is?
Yes.
What is the relevance of March 22nd of 2021?
The day Breasia was recovered.
Okay. Now, with the discovery of her findings, were you tasked with any assignments out in that area, either through the evening or the next morning on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
On March 23rd in the morning, we were tasked to, a canvas team was formed to canvass the area of where Breasia was recovered.
How massive was the manpower?
I can't give a number, but it was extensive.
Okay. Where were her remains recovered generally?
Next to a body of water,
Okay.
just right off of 61.
And that body of water, was it located near a business that we could use just as a general frame of reference?
Yeah, south of, I believe it's Kunau, that's how you say it, the Kunau plant there.
Certainly. Was that area divided up into zones for searching?
Yes.
Okay. And did you search that area?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of that search, was there anything that was located that was of interest?
Yes.
And was this an item that you became involved with?
Yes.
Could you please explain?
Sergeant Jensen at the time, who now lieutenant, located a white T-shirt about 25 yards south of where Breasia's remains were.
Okay. Why was a white T-shirt of interest?
The information we had was that the evening that Breasia went missing, the last thing she was wearing was a white T-shirt.
All right. Were you ever up close to the remains themselves when they were discovered?
Not real close. But
Okay. All right. So then I'll ask this question.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this. Do you know whether there was clothing attached to her skeletal remains?
I don't know.
At any rate, with the finding of a white T-shirt, was that something that was seized?
Yes.
Okay. And then outside of that, was there anything else that you were involved with as far as standing by so that it could be secured as an item of evidence?
No other items of evidence, no.
Okay. For you? Would
For
that
me.
be- Okay.
For me.
Did you also have any involvement with Corporal Mayer on that date?
Yes.
Explain.
He needed assistance doing the Faro scanner of the area, so I assisted him whatever he needed.
What is a Faro scan?
It's a 3D imaging of an area.
Okay. And then outside of helping him with that, is there anything else that you can think of import?
No.
Okay. With the discovery of skeletal remains on March 22nd, were there news stories coming out over television and even through social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of that, then, did you have occasion to meet with a particular gentleman that might have information?
I did not meet with him. Detective Walker met with him, but I went with Detective Walker, but I stayed in the vehicle.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
I know
And
what you're
then-
referring to.
I cut you off. I'm sorry. Could you finish that?
No, I know what you're referring to, but yes, I went with Detective Walker.
Okay. And what was the name of the individual?
I didn't print off his report.
Oh, I gotcha. All right. So that wasn't something that you had personal contact with?
No.
Okay. And just for purposes of our record, is Detective Walker deceased at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
And the events that you've described, generally, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes.
As far as what's involving Briesha coming up missing?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
No cross-examination.
Step down.
Okay, all right. Your Honor, the state calls Detective A.J. Poyer to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
I'm Detective A.J. Poyer, A.J., and then last name's P as in Paul, O-I-R-I-E-R.
Okay. What is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the Davenport Police Department for the Special Victims Unit.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
A little over 6 years.
Okay. Describe your prior educational background.
I have a college degree from Western Illinois University, and then I've graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. When did you complete your formal education?
Would have been 2007.
Okay. And then once you completed your formal education, what type of work did you do before joining the Davenport Police Department?
I worked for Hy-Vee grocery stores. I worked in management for them and a loss prevention position for the corporate office. Then I worked for the Department of Corrections as a position that was called residential officer, oversaw work release clients. and then I came to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay. When did you officially begin your career with the Davenport Police Department?
Would have been December of 2016.
Okay. In what capacities have you served the department over the course of your 6-year career?
So I was in the patrol division when I first started, both on second shift and third shift, and then I went to the detective bureau.
Okay. What was the nature of your assignment on July 10th of 2020?
I was a detective with the Special Victims Unit at that time.
Okay. Were you involved in the investigation of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing that day?
I was.
Okay. Were you actually on duty on July 10th?
I was not.
You were not. At what point in the investigation did you become involved?
I was out of town on vacation at the start of the investigation. I came back a few days later and started on the investigation.
Okay. And then when you came back on July 17th of 2020, did you have any involvement with a gentleman out at the Walmart in Clinton?
I did. I had an officer that was reviewing some exterior camera footage from that location informed me that they thought they were seeing an involved vehicle on the cameras, asked me to go there to do further follow-up.
Okay. And what was the involved vehicle that was noted to be present on some video surveillance footage outside that business?
It was a Chevy Impala.
Okay. Now, when you responded to the Walmart in Clinton, describe what occurred there.
So I met with a manager that was available to meet with me, discuss the situation with him, and that I wanted to try reviewing more camera angles and try to understand the movements of a vehicle we were seeing on the footage we'd already collected.
Okay. Were you allowed to review video footage on the 17th to develop essentially what had been going on July 10th?
Yeah, the manager took me into their camera room and we reviewed footage together.
Okay. What was the name of the gentleman that you met with?
It was Matthew Jurhant, it's George, or G as in George, Ehant.
Okay. Now, what happened when you and Mr. Gahant went back into a room where the video surveillance equipment was located at?
So I explained to him the approximate time that we were seeing it, so we started at that time frame to try and spot the vehicle, and then from there we followed the vehicle's activities.
Okay. What was the time of interest?
So it was just prior to 7 a.m., it was right around 6:50.
Okay. And how had that time been identified as a relevant time to events associated with this investigation?
So we had some cell phone information that had led us to that area, and we were trying to understand why the cell phone was in that area.
Certainly. During this period of time, what were the store hours for Walmart?
So at that time, that store had started opening at 7 a.m.
Okay. And what was the reason for it not staying open overnight, if you know?
Walmart's, just around that time, transitioned from being 24 hours. Most of them transitioned to only being open during the daytime.
Certainly. So its official opening time would have been what?
7 a.m.
If you could then walk us through what you noted as you were watching video footage related to that time frame associated with 7 a.m.
So at 6:50, saw the Chevy Impala entering the parking lot for the first time.
And would that be the maroon Chevy Impala associated with Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Then the Chevy Impala parks, and Henry exits the vehicle and walks up to the front doors.
Are you familiar with a subject by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Is Mr. Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for our record?
Sitting at the defense table, he's wearing a dark blue dress shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification.
Yes, the record shall so reflect.
Okay. All right. Once Mr. Dinkins exited the maroon Chevy Impala, what did you observe as far as his activities?
So he approached the front doors, and then the store wouldn't have been open. and then he ended up walking back to the vehicle.
Okay, so this time frame, is it before 7 a.m.?
Yes.
And between what period of time and 7 a.m. would this have occurred?
So about 10 minutes before 7 a.m.
Sure.
It was occurring. So it was like, so it would have been like 6:50 to about like 6:53.
All right,
Around
so
that time.
within that 10-minute time frame?
Yeah. Yep.
What did you observe happening next?
So then the vehicle like starts driving, travels through the parking lot, was able to see a camera view that covered the vehicle from like an elevated angle, and I was able to see like movement in the passenger area of the vehicle.
Okay, when you noted movement in the passenger area of the vehicle, could you recognize a second individual then inside the front compartment of that vehicle?
I could not recognize the second individual.
And when I say recognize, could you see that there was a second individual?
I saw indications that there were two people in the vehicle.
Okay. Was there a difference in the size of who was driving the vehicle versus a subject that was sitting in the passenger seat?
I could not tell that.
You could not tell that. The other topic of conversation is this. For the maroon Chevy Impala, how would you describe the windows around the vehicle?
They were pretty dark. I believe some of them were tinted as well.
Okay. Now, when you are looking, though, through or looking into the vehicle, what window would you have been able to make your observations through?
Again, it was from an elevated position, but I was looking downward at the windshield.
Okay. And so since it was the windshield of the vehicle, was that tinted?
It was not tinted.
Okay. What happened next?
So the vehicle leaves the lot, and it comes back a little bit later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So it returned it was like 6:58 that it returned.
Okay. What happened when the maroon Chevy Impala returned to the parking lot of Walmart?
Parked again, and then Henry Dinkins exited and started approaching the store.
Okay. On each occasion, where did Mr. Dinkins exit the vehicle from?
Driver's side.
And then when he'd come back from the store when it wasn't open, where did he enter the vehicle?
Driver's side.
Okay. On this second occasion, after he exits the maroon Chevy Impala, what do you observe him doing?
So he approaches the store, and he ends up entering the store.
Okay. Did Walmart have any cameras inside the store that would allow you to observe his movement and activities within the store?
They did. They had interior cameras that we used to monitor him in the store the best we could.
And did you review that video surveillance footage?
I did.
Describe what you observed once Mr. Dinkins entered the store.
So we witnessed Henry go to some aisles, and then he came back towards the front with a grocery cart that had a few items in it.
Okay. Could you see what those items were?
Yes.
What did Mr. Dinkins have in his grocery cart?
For what I could see, there was two bottles that were consistent with bleach.
Okay. And then at that point in time, did Mr. Dinkins approach a register?
He did.
What did he do at the register?
He rang up it was clearer there, the picture, but he rang up 2 bottles of bleach.
Okay. Now, did he go to a self-service checkout stand, or was he assisted with a clerk?
It was a self-checkout stand.
Okay. And then did he complete the transaction?
He did.
By virtue of your observations of that transaction, did that prompt sending detectives out on a later date?
Yeah, so I collected some video at that time, but it takes a while to kind of download videos, especially doing multiple views. And the manager was pretty busy, so he said that he was going to work on it more, and he was going to call when he completed downloading the video and have the receipt.
Okay, and so had you made a request for the receipt from that transaction?
I did. And I left my contact information with him.
Sure. That being said, were you notified when that video footage had been collected, the additional video footage?
Yes.
And then were you notified that the receipt had been obtained?
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as Detective Stocking was concerned, or Corporal Stocking, did he have any involvement with that additional video surveillance footage or the receipt?
No, he wouldn't have. He would have just gone there to pick it up for me.
Okay, so he did go to pick it up for you?
Yes.
All right. What did you observe happening next?
Next, it was about 7:10. He leaves and leaves the parking lot.
And he being who?
Henry Dinkins.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins left the parking lot of Walmart, could you see what direction he would have traveled to?
From what we could see, the direction that he was going to travel was going to be, it would have been back westbound.
All right. Let's do a little bit better job, and I'll do a better job actually with my questions. I want to direct you to State's Exhibit 38. Now, as you look at State's Exhibit 38, are you familiar with what is depicted on this particular exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you see an area depicting Clinton County and locations that became relevant to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead and take that pointer right behind you. And then if you could, Detective Poyer, I'd like for you to stand off to the side so that Judge Latham can see what you're doing. Can you also take your microphone and point it towards you so that we can hear what you're saying? When witnesses get over there, it's hard to hear what you are saying. All right. So take your pointer, take us up along Highway 61, and then to the Walmart there once you get to Highway 30. If you turn off of Highway 61 and you head into Clinton, what highway are you heading into or onto?
30. Highway 30.
What direction would you be heading?
Would be heading eastbound.
As you enter the city limits of Clinton, what street then is Highway 30? What does it become?
Becomes Lincoln Way.
Okay. And then on that diagram, can you show us where the Walmart is located at? Okay. Is there a box and some type of dot that indicates the location of Walmart?
Yes, there's a yellow dot, the most east yellow dot on the map.
Okay. And above it, is there a printed entry?
Yes, there is.
What is that printed entry?
It states Walmart and gives the address.
Okay. Now, what direction does Highway 30 run again?
It would be an east-west highway.
So if you're going out of town, what direction are you going?
Be traveling westbound.
Which side of Lincoln Way is the Walmart located on?
Walmart would be on the north side.
Okay. And then as Mr. Dinkins headed out of the parking lot, what direction was he observed traveling toward?
He was traveling eastbound.
Okay. Eastbound, going further this way?
Sorry, he was traveling westbound out of the parking lot.
Okay, and then just go ahead and show us then so that we've got a perspective of that. Go ahead and take your seat. By virtue of observations that were made, did that form the basis of canvassing that was conducted in that area?
It did. One other thing I forgot about that canvassing from my observations is when Henry was in the store at Walmart, I could see more movement inside of the vehicle in the parking lot.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and let's go back to that and tell me about that movement. Where was it coming from?
It was from the front passenger seat area of the vehicle again.
Okay. Now, were you aware of interviews that would have been conducted at the Davenport Police Department from noon moving forward through the afternoon of July 10th?
I was aware of them. I don't know them in full detail.
Sure. Did you know whether or not Henry Dinkins had come in for an interview around noon?
He did.
Were you aware of whether or not Aisha Langford had come down to the department to be interviewed that day?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the child DL had come into the department to be interviewed that day?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Andrea Culberson, Mr. Dinkins' girlfriend, had come into the apartment to be interviewed that day?
Yes.
And then so had all of their statements been collected before you went out and performed your responsibilities on July 17th of 2020?
Yes, they would have been.
All right. And then from that, had information been gathered as to who the second subject would have been in the passenger seat of that vehicle?
That would have been the juvenile DL.
Okay. as far as the movements of that individual in the passenger seat, how would you describe those movements? Is there anything really to talk about there other than just movement?
Nothing crazy, just some back and forth movements.
All right. We're going back to the question of the canvas. Yep. So, with everything that was observed there at the Walmart, then did that create a marker, if you will, for canvassing that would have been done in that area?
Yes, it did.
How would you describe that area along Highway 30 going into Clinton to the Walmart and going back out?
Very rural. There's like one production facility out there. I think they're like a chemical type plant, but very rural. Lots of patches of trees and fields.
Certainly. Then once you got into town on Lincoln Way, was that residential or commercial?
So when you start coming into town in Clinton there, it's very commercial.
Okay. Were locations searched for video surveillance cameras?
Yes, extensively along Highway 30.
And then would that have included the rural areas for any type of residences out there or even businesses?
Yeah, any business or home along there that had cameras.
Okay. Detective Poyer, to set the stage, were you, let me rephrase. Were there a number of officers involved in this investigation?
Several officers.
Okay. Was each officer assigned different tasks to perform?
Yes, several different tasks.
Would there have been officers assigned to do interviews of various subjects?
Yes.
Were there officers assigned to searching areas of interest?
Yes.
Were there officers assigned to do canvassing and to look for video surveillance footage?
Yes.
And with so many different people involved in collecting pieces of information, did that information then become subject of briefings that occurred?
Yeah, we regularly, especially after something significant occurred, there would be like a briefing to discuss it,
Okay.
and for other people to be able to share any findings that they had from their tasks.
Okay. By virtue of that process then, did you become aware of the Quick Shop on 53rd being an area of interest?
So yes, after one day of completing searches, Detective Obert had informed me that Henry had discussed going to a Quick Shop during the night, and he collected video from there, and he asked if I could review it to see if there was anything relevant on it.
Okay. Who did the interview of Mr. Dinkins when he came down to the Davenport Police Department?
Detective Obert did.
Okay. So by virtue of that, that was task that he assigned you to?
Yep.
Okay. Can you give us a perspective of where that Quick Shop is at so that we all are familiar with the location that you're talking about?
Yeah, so it'd be on 53rd Street, the north side of town. It would be a little bit to the west of Welcome Way, which turns into like Harrison Street. It'd be just to the south of the old Menards on 53rd Street.
All right. Is it across the street from what would have been the old Menards?
Yes.
Okay. So when you went there, what date did you go to that location?
When I went there for follow-up. I went there a couple times, but the first time I physically went there after reviewing it was 7/18.
Okay. Describe what developed when you went to the Quick Shop.
So I went to the Quick Shop to collect a receipt because of my observations that I saw on the footage.
Okay. So then let's talk about observations. that you observed on footage from that store. Does the Quick Shop have video surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us the specific street address for the Quick Shop?
Most likely, yes. Just one sec. Yep, it's 201 West 53rd Street.
All right. Where does the business have video surveillance cameras affixed to?
So they do have a couple exterior cameras, and then they have interior cameras.
Okay. Describe the layout of the parking lot in front of the store.
So, as their property would be, the actual convenience store is on the southernmost part of the property. So the parking lot and fuel pumps would be on the north side and closest to 53rd Street.
Certainly. Now, is there more than one driveway that can be used to access that parking lot?
Yes, you can enter it from West 53rd Street and then a side road, which I believe is Sheridan. But anyways, there is a side road to it on the east side of the property.
Does the Quick Shop sell gas?
Yes.
Are there islands with gas pumps there in that parking lot that lie to the north of the store?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many islands? And I'm talking islands first, not the number of gas pumps.
I believe two.
Sure. And then on each island, are there multiple gas pumps?
Actually, I think there's three.
Three, okay.
Yeah, I think there's two for each island.
All right. That being said, when you were watching video surveillance footage, were you given a date and a time frame generally that had been collected by Detective Obert through the interview of Henry Dinkins?
Yeah, he had informed me it was around like 3-something in the morning, but he collected video for a few hours around that time frame.
Okay. Describe then what you observed. Oh, well, okay, so let's set that aside, all right? Now let's go inside the store. Is there any video surveillance cameras inside the store?
Yes.
Explain.
They have a few different cameras that like cover the register area. One covers the front door, and a couple that would like cover like I guess the sales floor, like where customers would buy items.
All right. Did you watch video surveillance for activities outside the store?
I did.
And for inside the store?
I did both.
Did you see any activity associated with that maroon Chevy Impala outside the store?
It pulled in to the parking lot and parked at a fuel pump.
Okay. Which vehicle was that?
Maroon Chevy Impala.
What time did that vehicle pull into the parking lot and park at the fuel pump, if you have that documented anywhere?
I don't have the exact time that it pulled in.
All right. Is that something that Detective Obert was able to establish once you had gone through and reviewed the relevant activity?
Yes.
Okay. So for us, what we'll do is we'll just talk about what you observed.
Okay.
When the vehicle pulled into the parking lot, what was the lighting like?
There was light out at the pumps. I wouldn't say it's the brightest. Pretty dull lighting out there.
Okay. And in the middle of the night, what's it like?
Pretty dark.
Okay. We talked previously about the maroon Chevy Impala and the windows. If you were to describe the tent along the either driver's side or the passenger side of the vehicle, how would you describe that tent?
I couldn't see in the vehicle from the exterior cameras because of it.
Okay. Did you see anyone exit that vehicle?
Just Henry.
Okay. And then when Mr. Dinkins exited the vehicle, what did you observe Mr. Dinkins do?
Entered the store.
What happened when he entered the store?
He approached the register.
What occurred at the register?
I noted that it was at 3:31. And he had purchased, what looked like to me, a couple packs of cigarettes.
All right. Beyond that, did you note clothing that he was wearing at that time? And if you didn't, that's fine, but I'm just going to ask the question.
I don't have it in the report here.
All right. Did you have a chance to ever interview Andrea Culberson?
I did not.
Did you ever have a chance to interview DL?
I did not. No.
Okay. And when you went there, did you have any information that there should be focus on clothing that he was wearing because there was a change in clothing that was noted?
I know that there was a change in clothing, and it was going to be relevant.
Okay. But that wasn't something that you were focused on when you did this review?
No, at that time I was doing kind of like quick reviews and gathering of information, and some of that, like further detailed documenting, was done later.
Done by somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just giving us an overview. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And then as far as what happened next on the video surveillance footage, essentially what occurred?
So after Henry finished completing transaction, he went back to the Chevy Impala. He had purchased some fuel, so he gassed the car, and then he ended up leaving and traveling eastbound on 53rd Street back towards what would be Welcome Way.
Okay. If he's going past 53rd, or going east on 53rd, Welcome Way for purposes of our written record, what direction does that travel?
So Welcome Way would be a north-south. It's a one-way, and it travels south.
Okay. Would that take us toward our southernmost border if you follow that all the way downtown?
You take us towards the downtown and the Mississippi River.
Okay. And then what would be the northern one-way that would take us out of town on Highway 61?
Brady Street.
Okay. How much further do you have to travel from Welcome Way, that one-way going south, to Brady, that one-way going north?
It's like a two blocks up there.
Okay. All right. So once he left that parking lot traveling east, did you know anything else about his direction of travel?
No.
Okay. What additional tasks did you have relative to the Quick Shop and Mr. Dinkins' transaction there at the Quick Shop?
So I went there for follow-up to gain a further understanding of what that the purchase that I saw Henry complete, what that entailed, and to get a receipt for it.
Who did you meet with?
Lori Schusler, she was the manager of the Quick Shop at that time.
Could you give us a spelling for our written record?
I can. Lori would be spelled Laurie. And last name Schusler would be spelled Schusler.
What developed during your contact with Miss Schusler?
So I informed her of the situation, that I reviewed the video, and there was a transaction of interest on there that I wanted to attain the receipt for.
Okay. And what did Miss Schusler do based on your request?
So she provided me, she got onto her register system, and she provided me the receipt for the transaction in question.
Okay. Can you explain how it is that she was able to identify what would have been the relevant transaction, if you know?
So I knew that I'd seen a couple packs of cigarettes, and I also provided the time.
Okay.
So she pulled up the transactions for that time period, and we identified that transaction.
And then in addition to the purchasing of cigarettes, had you noted that there was also a purchase of fuel?
Yes, there was.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 88-1?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
This is the receipt that I collected from Quick Shop.
Okay. Was this the receipt that you were provided by Miss Schusler?
Yes.
Okay. Essentially, what does this receipt encompass?
So this receipt shows at 7/10 at 3:34 a.m. Cashier Angel checked out 2 packs of Newports, and there was a prepay fuel of $35 for pump 6.
Okay. And then what was the total cost of the transaction?
Oh, it looks like the total was $51.63.
And then how was that paid?
It was paid for in cash.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 88-1.
No objection.
Exhibit 88-1 will be admitted.
Let's focus on the gas purchase. Was that something that was of interest to investigators?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain?
It could help us understand how much that vehicle had traveled during on that fuel.
Okay. Now, did you do some research on a maroon Chevy Impala of that age to determine what the capacity was of a gas tank?
I did not. Other investigators involved did.
Okay. And then, so with that being said, were you asked to document fuel prices on the gas pumps during this period of time?
I wasn't asked to. I decided to while I was there, and I asked Lori about it. Asked her what the price would have been on that date. She informed me it would be the same as what was on the pumps on the date I was there, or 1 cent cheaper.
So did you document those fuel prices?
I did. I took photographs of them.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 88-2 through 88-5. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 88-2 through 88-5. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, these are photographs I captured.
All right. Just generally, what does that group exhibit consist of?
It was the current price of fuel at the pumps at the Quick Shop.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 88-2 through 88-5.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish this set of exhibits?
You may.
Detective Poyer, I'm going to go to 88-5 first of all, and I want you to look at that exhibit and for our written record, describe what it is that we're seeing here.
So this would be an overall photograph of the pump, of the area where it shows the different types of fuel and the prices.
Okay. Does it give us the prices for each of the different grades?
It does.
How many grades of fuel was the Quick Shop selling?
Quick Shop had 3.
And what were those?
It would be mid-grade, unleaded, and then premium unleaded.
Can we see the prices per gallon on this exhibit?
You can. It's pretty faint.
All right, but did you take close-ups or take close-ups of each of those so that we could see it very clearly?
I did.
Going to State's Exhibit 88-4, what was the price per gallon for our mid-grade?
Mid-grade was $2.49.
88-2, what was the price for our premium unleaded?
Premium unleaded was $2.79.
Going to State's Exhibit 88-3, what was the price for unleaded?
Unleaded was $2.14.
Okay, and then was that information then utilized relative to what would be the capacity for the gas tank on this vehicle to do some extrapolation later on?
That was performed later.
Do you know if there was a search warrant obtained to remove the gas tank of the maroon Chevy Impala after it had been seized?
There was.
And what was the purpose for that search warrant?
For seeing how much fuel remained in the vehicle.
Okay. Were you involved in that process?
I was not.
Okay. What further involvement did you have in this investigation?
I had several different aspects that I was involved in. I guess to start with the quick shop. In the video, there was a customer that was behind him. So I went back and followed up with Lori again to get further receipts to see if maybe he'd done something in that transaction that I could try to track him down and ask him if he observed anything relevant. So I did that. A card was used, so I was able to track down that customer.
And was there anything that you were able to gather of evidentiary value from that individual when you made contact with them?
Was not.
All right. From there then, what additional involvement did you have in the investigation?
I would have been at the recovery site. I was involved with that.
Okay, let's set that aside for the time being.
Okay.
Were you out in the Clinton area when they did the major search in that area?
I was.
Okay, and then that having been said, anything else that you did relative to this investigation before we get to the recovery site?
I mean, I was extensively involved in video collection, so that was part of it. I was also involved in a search warrant being written to PlayStation, and then just other variety of tasks as well, but those are probably the most major things.
Okay. Since you had mentioned a search warrant related to a PlayStation, what PlayStation are you talking about?
So there was a PlayStation that was present in Andrea and Henry Dinkins' apartment.
Okay. And why was a search warrant applied for that particular PlayStation?
Because activity on that PlayStation was discussed during interviews.
Okay. And was that just another thing that law enforcement was following up to see if it would present any leads?
Important for us to try and follow up on things to understand a timeline.
And I think that's probably the better way of saying it. So was that kind of information also used to corroborate statements provided by any of the individuals?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just a quick question. Was there video surveillance footage that was gathered down in the area of River Drive around Credit Island and Devon Self-Storage where the RV was parked?
Yes, there's several. Video was collected from several places down in that part of town.
Okay. What locations provided video surveillance footage that would have documented the movements of Henry Dinkins, either in the middle of the night of July 10th or that morning after the 8 o'clock hour?
So I was involved in building a timeline for that part of town, and I can read through those.
Okay. Give us the names of the locations where we would have found relevant video surveillance footage.
Do you want addresses too?
Could you please?
Yes. Jack's Brakes, 2160 West River Drive. The storage facility that you mentioned starts with a D, but I have it labeled on mine as it was connected to the volleyball factory. It's go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Is Devon Self-Storage within the same structure as the volleyball factory?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Address is 2060 West River Drive.
Okay.
Sarah Lowe Residence. It was 2358 West River Drive.
And what was the location of Sarah Lowe's residence relative to Credit Island?
So it was just north of River Drive, and it was a little bit to the west of like the only entrance to Credit Island.
Okay. Let's go back down to our whiteboard so that we've got a perspective of that. If you could, go ahead and take this red magic marker and generally just give us an idea of where her residence was located at. We did have a directional legend we had to erase to work with the left side of the diagram that, yeah.
So as I'm seeing this, it'd be like the Mississippi River here. So this would be south. This would be north. So when people enter the island, they're traveling southbound. And this would be River Drive along the bottom of the map. To my right would be traveling westbound on River Drive.
Put us back another directional indicator or legend that would apply to Credit Island. And give us all 4 directions. Okay, continue.
All right, so Sarah Lowe's residence would be approximately here, would be north of River Drive and to the west of the main entrance.
Could you mark that with Sarah Lowe? Was this a personal residence?
Yes, it was a single-family residence.
Was there video surveillance equipment affixed to the outside of that structure?
Yes, there was.
What would have been the location of that video surveillance camera and then its, I guess, direction for picking up activity?
So from the residence, it would have been pointing in what would have been like a southeastward direction, covering like the entrance going, cars kind of entering Credit Island and some portion of River Drive.
All right. Detective Hoyer, can you grab the eraser for me? We've had a bit of a problem. We used a magic marker, or that wasn't a dry erase. But come over to this portion of the diagram that has Costco and just a rough sketch for the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. Erase what you can there and what would be Jersey Ridge. Now what I want, I don't know that any of that will erase, but at any rate, what I'd like for you to do is give us an idea of the location of Schmidt Road relative to the area of Credit Island.
Oh, okay.
And
So
don't
Schmidt-
speak,
Schmidt Road would be to the east, so it'd be further over this direction.
okay, but actually, stay down here on River Drive where we would access it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's off of River Drive.
And then, if you could, was this the area where Mr. Dinkins' RV was being stored?
It was in this area. It would be up Schmidt Road a little bit, so northbound on Schmidt Road a little bit, and then it would have been located on the east side in a storage parking lot.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. With that bit of information there, where is Jack's brake and alignment located in relation to Schmidt Road?
Right at the corner of Schmidt Road and River Drive. It would be the northeast corner right there.
Did it have a video surveillance camera that was picking up activity there on Schmidt Road?
Yes, it was.
And then Devon Self-Storage, or what you were describing as the building behind the volleyball factory, what would have been its location relative to the RV and Schmidt Road?
Yeah, so it would have been to the east of Schmidt Road and to the east of the camper you were talking about.
Did it have some type of camera affixed to the building that would pick up activity there in the parking lot where the RV was stored?
Yep, it had a camera on the exterior of the building that was shooting a view that would be westward.
Okay. Sarah Lowe's video camera, how was that activated? Was it a constant feed or motion activated?
Very certain that hers was motion activated.
Are you sure about that?
I would have to check a report on it, to be honest.
That's okay, and then if we're not sure, that's all right. We'll just go ahead and we'll move on from that. And then as we focus on Schmidt Road, going further to the north, was there a business that would have picked up activity that would be of interest?
There was a couple businesses.
Tell me about those.
There was Purina. There's also Kraft, Rich Metals.
All right. And for Purina, that's the one that I'm interested in. What's its address?
607 Schmidt Road.
Where would it be relative to the location of where the RV was parked?
It would have been north on Schmidt Road a little bit.
Okay. And is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
How close then is Purina to Rockingham?
It's pretty close to it, just a little bit south of Rockingham.
Does Schmidt Road actually connect to Rockingham?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So River Drive, is that our furthest, our southernmost east-west street?
In that part of town, yes.
Okay. And then if you travel from south to north, what would be our next east-west street? Just to the area of Schmidt Road.
Yeah, so for Schmidt Road, it would be Rockingham.
Okay. And then, so what business are we going to be interested in there on Rockingham?
It would be on Rockingham. So there was Hy-Vee and Smoking Joe's.
Okay. And then give me the address of Hy-Vee.
Hy-Vee would be 3019 Rockingham Road.
Okay.
It's at the corner of South Concord and Rockingham Road.
Was there activity picked up on Sarah Lowe's that became of interest?
Yes.
Was there activity picked up on Jack's break-in and alignment that was of interest?
Yes.
Was there activity picked up on Delvin's self-storage or conversely the volleyball factory that was of interest?
Yes.
Was there activity picked up on cameras at Purina that was of interest?
Yes.
And was there activity picked up at Hy-Vee that was of interest?
Yes.
All right. And then was all of that information directed to Detective Obert, who would have gone through, done a review, and also did an established timeline for events associated with those cameras?
Yep, so I went through that area, built a timeline, provided that to him so he could work that into the overall timeline.
Okay, and I think what we'll do, since we're going to cover that with Detective Obert, we will do that through him.
Okay.
Did you have any additional involvement out at the site of the recovery?
I did.
What was the nature of your involvement out there?
I was brought out there at about 3:45 a.m. To take over on scene security until the morning when more resources were going to arrive to process the area.
Okay. With the discovery of Briasia's remains, who was the first law enforcement agency that was contacted?
I believe it was Clinton County.
Okay. Then did Clinton County respond right away to address that situation?
Yes.
Did they secure the crime scene?
Yes.
Explain what that means to secure a crime scene.
Often we put up a perimeter tape, like a yellow tape that says "Police line, do not cross" or something similar like that, and then we keep a physical presence there to make sure that that perimeter is not breached.
Okay. Was Clinton maintaining the initial security around the crime scene?
Yes.
Was Davenport notified of the discovery?
Yes.
Okay. Did officers from Davenport then go out to the area of Kunow Implement where the skeletal remains had been discovered?
They did.
Were you a part of then maintaining that security throughout the night?
At a later time, I wasn't there initially, but
Okay.
yes, I was involved later.
Does this task get handed off from one agency to another agency or from one officer to another officer?
Clinton County ends up transferring it to our officers, and then a Davenport officer is who I switched out with.
Okay.
And then it remained us keeping the perimeter from there to the end.
Until the end, after
End of
everything had been
processing.
collected?
Yes.
And then did you, or was there a perimeter log, I should say a log that was put together to show who came and went into that scene from the point that it was identified as a scene until it was released?
Yeah, pretty common practice for us is we're going to keep a log of who is going in and out of that scene, especially on major scenes like this. So yes, there was a log being kept.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
I kept that log, and I was relieved from the log at about, I think it was 11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, 11 a.m. And then I assisted with processing.
Okay. Describe your involvement in the processing of the scene.
So helped clear like larger brush, and it was like a rainy day, so we put some tarps up and tents to preserve the area that we were going to be working on, and then that basically filtered down to me working on removing smaller debris, so we could gather as much evidence there as we could, bone or any other type of evidence.
Did a representative of the local medical examiner's office come out to the scene?
Yes, I believe so.
And then was there a representative associated with the state medical examiner's office that came out to the scene?
Yeah, like a forensic anthropologist.
Okay. Are you familiar with Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes.
Who is Dr. Heather Garvin?
She was the forensic anthropologist that came to the scene.
Okay. Since you were dealing with skeletal remains, did that necessitate the need for an anthropologist?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And then finally, we previously introduced what is State's Exhibit number 42. Okay. Take a moment to orient yourself to that particular exhibit.
I am.
Okay. Can you show us, using the pointer, generally where Briasia's skeletal remains were located?
Right in this area.
All right.
Yeah, he's like right here.
Okay. For our written record, tell us what street it would be located near.
So it'd be closest to 270th Avenue.
Okay. At this time of year, was anything in bloom?
No, it wasn't. It was too early in the spring.
In spite of that, was there a lot of brush, debris, and trees, branches in that area?
There was a lot of debris on the ground.
Go ahead and take your seat. Okay. Did that necessitate the removal of debris to document exactly what remains were there?
Yes.
Okay, and then explain that process as far as how the removal of that debris was being handled.
It's a pretty long process. There was like evidence is probably related to animals, so like some of the bones had been kind of spread over a little area. You can imagine there'd be a lot of little debris on the ground, like sticks, leaves, things like that. I mean, so we had to pick through that slowly. Anything that we thought was possibly bone or something, we would consult the forensic anthropologist. She would identify whether it was or not. If it was bone, we would flag it. If it was some other kind of evidence, we would also flag it. And we just kind of like slowly kept at that process. And it was pretty time consuming.
All right. Define further the import of flagging a location of evidence, whether it be skeletal remains or any other items.
The significance of it?
Yeah. Is that a part of an evidence collection process?
Yes, it is. So it also aids for when we like do photographs or scans to kind of indicate where items are.
Okay. Now, are these flags placed out by each item of evidence?
A lot of, especially from the immediate area, if there was something that was a little further away, that would get a flag.
Okay. And are those flags numbered in any way?
I don't think all of them that we're using for bones were flagged, or sorry, numbered or lettered.
Okay. All right. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
We'll start the cross-examination after our afternoon break. We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Detective, we just listened to your testimony, essentially about your canvassing efforts and collection of surveillance videos. I think specifically it was from the Walmart in Clinton and that Quick Shop here in Davenport, correct?
Correct.
And then further, there was canvassing efforts in collecting surveillance videos down by the area of Credit Island.
Yes.
And then several businesses and perhaps residences down there as well, correct?
Yes.
So in those videos from Walmart, you actually observed Mr. Dinkins in Clinton County, right?
I did.
Okay. And then that Quick Shop, where we talked about him purchasing gas and cigarettes, you actually observed his person in those videos, correct?
I did.
And then, but you didn't observe his body or his person in the videos down or collected down by Credit Island, right?
I did not down by Credit Island. It'd be a vehicle.
Okay. And then the vehicle you're talking about, you couldn't identify a license plate, correct?
No.
Couldn't identify the person driving that vehicle, correct?
I could not.
Okay. As part of your job, you work closely with the DCI, the FBI, and other local law enforcement agencies, correct?
Yes.
And part of your job, and I think you've already testified to it, but just so I'm clear here, part of your job is receiving evidence gathered from executed search warrants, perhaps being involved with executing search warrants. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with a DCI agent named Richard Ron?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a supervising agent for the Iowa DCI, Division of Criminal Investigation.
In what area of the state does he work in?
This area, I'd work out of their Stockton branch.
Okay, so would that
encompasses Quad Cities? Or sorry, Davenport, Bettendorf, like this side of the Quad Cities.
In Clinton County as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then as part of your canvassing efforts in July of 2020, I think you worked with Richard Ron, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and on July 29th of 2020, Richard Ron actually executed a search warrant on a vehicle that would have been a black Dodge Challenger. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I know what you're referring to.
Okay, and on July 29th of 2020, you actually received evidence that was produced from that Dodge Black Challenger,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
That evidence would have been 2 white T-shirts that had stains on them that resembled blood stains, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware whether those 2 T-shirts were ever tested for DNA?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. Are you aware whether those 2 T-shirts were compared to the known DNA of Berasia Terrell?
And there were requests that I completed when I was asked to do it. Yes, I was asked to compare to that.
Okay. And were those tests ever completed?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did you ever scratch that? Were those 2 T-shirts ever tested for DNA that was compared to Henry Dinkins' DNA?
Yes, that was requested.
Okay. Was it him?
No.
Are you aware of the results of that?
I am. I don't have them with me. I'm aware of them.
Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Detective Poyer, to put things in perspective, around the time frame of July 29th of 2020, did Clinton County have its own murder investigation that was going on?
So most of the conversation that took place regarding these evidence items was between Rick Ron and Sergeant Pfeiffer. I was asked to put these items into evidence and later asked to complete these requests. There was an investigation going in the Clinton area with DCI that is what these were produced from.
Sure. Now, what was the reason that Detective Ron even brought these 2 white T-shirts to the table in this investigation, if you know?
Because there was stains on it that he thought were possibly consistent with blood, and they were consistent with like clothing that had been discussed in our investigation.
Okay. What type of top was Breasia described as wearing when she went to bed at the Culberson Dinkins apartment on July 9th, going into the early morning hours of July 10th?
A white T-shirt.
Okay. And was that an adult-sized T-shirt or a child-sized T-shirt?
Adult size.
Okay. Whose T-shirt was that?
I'm not certain on that.
Okay. Was it an extremely large adult-sized T-shirt, if you have recollection about that?
Yes, it was large, and I believe it was a T-shirt of Henry Dinkins.
Okay. And then the shirts in question that Special Agent Ron had seized, were these adult-sized T-shirts or a child's T-shirt?
Let me double check.
Sure, absolutely.
So I have that one was a Hanes Crew Style white medium T-shirt. The other one was a white children's white tank top, medium.
Okay. Did both of those go to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes.
In the course of this investigation, was Henry Dinkins' DNA collected?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And was a request made by the DCI to compare his DNA to any potential DNA that was developed from those T-shirts?
Yes, it was.
And then by virtue of that process, was it determined that blood was not, it did not have his DNA?
Yes.
Okay. Just to take this a step further, was this just an example of law enforcement covering every base to make sure that there was no stone unturned?
Well, it was conveyed to me with Clinton being in common and the clothing. Rick Ron thought it was too important to just ignore.
Okay, and so then it was followed up on, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the day, was it determined that that had no relevance to this investigation?
No relevance.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters.
And just to be clear, the investigation we're talking about in Clinton County, involving the search warrant on that black Dodge Challenger, was an investigation involving the abduction of a small child, correct?
Was it an abduction of a small child?
The investigation involved the abduction of a small child, right?
I don't know that for sure. I thought it was a homicide investigation, but I don't know that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. And Detective Poyer, if I could, was it your understanding that it was a homicide investigation?
That was what I remember being conveyed to me.
Sure. And then in the context of that, the suspects or suspect in that particular investigation, did that individual have some type of relationship to the child involved?
Not that we were able to determine.
Okay. Did you know anything about that?
There are other detectives probably performed further follow-up than I would have on that, so
sure.
I don't know that.
But it was a homicide investigation, correct?
From what I was informed.
I have no further questions.
But there was a child that was killed in the area that Breasia Terrell was found at that time.
I don't have knowledge of that. I don't know that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Ms. Cunningham?
Yes. Was this a Clinton County investigation?
Yes, DCI was working on an investigation in Clinton County.
Okay. Were you given any information that it was had any association to the location where we recovered Breasia's remains?
I don't know any details about that case other
Sure.
than these evidence items.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
You may step up. Ms. Adamo.
Thank you. The state would call Christine Baker.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Christine Baker, Christine Baker.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a real estate agent and I'm a transaction coordinator with a law firm.
Now, back in July of 2020, how were you employed at that time?
I was a civilian crime scene technician for the Davenport Police Department.
And back in July of 2020, did you have a different last name?
Yes, I did.
What was your last name at that time?
Stobaugh, spelled Stobaugh.
What were your duties as a civilian crime scene tech with the Davenport Police Department?
I responded to various crime scenes, and I was the one that would take the photos and collect evidence, and then we also processed evidence back in the lab.
Can you describe your educational background and any training that you would have received for that position?
Yes, I graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Platteville with a bachelor's degree in forensic investigation and a minor in criminal justice. And then I moved to California for my first job, where I was a forensic services technician with the Westminster Police Department. And then I moved to Houston about a year later. I was with the Houston Forensic Science Center for 3.5 years, where I primarily worked major crime scenes. And then I moved back home to Iowa to work with the Davenport Police Department and do the crime scene technician work.
How long in total were you employed with the Davenport Police Department?
3 years.
And did you work as a civilian crime scene tech that entire time?
Yes.
Ms. Baker, when you were dispatched to a potential crime scene, did you follow a general process to document or collect evidence?
Yes.
Can you explain what that process would be?
So I will show up to a scene and I'll be briefed generally on why I'm there, and then I usually do an initial walkthrough, and then I will start taking photographs and placing evidence markers, searching the scene, and collecting evidence.
When you say you do a kind of general walkthrough, what's the point of that?
So I can get a feel of what we're looking at initially. So the initial scene when I arrive. So nothing has been, from me first being there, my first photos that I take will be what I see when I get there.
And when you start taking those overall photographs, do you follow, again, a general process for that?
Yes.
And what's that process?
I mostly just try to walk someone through whatever scene I'm at. So if it's outside, inside, I try to walk them through with my photos what the area looks like.
And generally speaking then, do you start sort of broadly with your photographs, and then if there are items of interest that you want to document further, you then would take closer photographs of those items up until that point where then that item would be collected?
Yes.
Now, back on July 10th of 2020, were you dispatched to 2744 53rd Street, apartment number 8 in Davenport, Iowa?
Yes.
Why were you dispatched to that apartment?
I was told that a girl was missing.
Once you arrived at that location, were you again generally briefed on the situation?
Yes.
And was that information provided to you that you then utilized in your process of documenting that scene?
Yes.
What information was shared to you when you first arrived?
So when we get information initially, we want it to be very broad. So I knew there was a girl that was about 10 years old that had last been seen in the early morning hours. And that's pretty much what I had to operate on.
And did you know why apartment number 8, why that was the apartment you were being requested to take photographs of?
That's where she was last seen.
Now, when you first arrived at that apartment, what was your understanding of kind of law enforcement involvement at that point?
I know detectives were questioning people, trying to figure out, was there anywhere she would have gone? We were just operating as if we were looking for a 10-year-old girl.
Had any searches been done by law enforcement of that apartment prior to your arrival?
I don't know.
While you were on scene, did officers then begin to search more thoroughly that apartment?
Yes.
But prior to any of that searching, would you have gone through it and documented things as you first saw them?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm handing what's been marked as State's Exhibits 5-1 through 597. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And what are State's Exhibits 5-1 through 97?
Various photos I took at the crime scene.
And were these photos taken on July 10th, 2020?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict both overall photos and then items that you found in specific locations at that apartment?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 5-1 through 97 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
And may the state publish some of these, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you first what's been labeled as 5-1, kind of walk us through what we're looking here in this photograph.
That is the front door to the apartment.
And then in 5-2, see that the door has been open. What do we look at here?
That's the entryway and the stairway leading up to the main area of the apartment.
So this is 5-3. As you walk up the stairs and sort of turn, would this be the view then at that point in time?
Yes, at the top of the landing at the stairs.
So what's being depicted then in State's Exhibit 5-3?
The living room and part of the kitchen.
And do you recall the living room there? There's a window. Does that window face east towards Costco?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 5-4. What's being shown here?
An overall of the kitchen.
Then State's Exhibit 5-5. What's being shown here?
The kitchen is now to my right, and I'm facing into the living room.
And does there appear to be an air mattress on the floor of that living room?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 5-8. Where was this photograph taken?
I'm standing on the other side of the living room, facing back toward the stairs where I was standing in the previous photo.
This is State's Exhibit 5-9. Again, what is being shown here?
I'm standing in the same spot. I'm facing towards the kitchen.
And there's a door that appears to be open in that, in the back of this photograph. What room is that?
That's the bedroom.
This is State's Exhibit 512. What's being depicted here?
The living room going into the kitchen.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to what appears to be a stack of plastic water bottles right by the door to the bedroom. Do you observe that?
Yes.
Again, was that how you found that particular area when you're taking photographs?
Yes.
There's no bottle of bleach or Clorox that was present on top of the bottles at that time?
No.
On to, this is Exhibit 515. Where are we now in the apartment?
I'm standing in the doorway of the bedroom.
And what all can you observe from this angle of the photograph?
You see the bed, a closet door, and then some electronics on the right-hand side.
Do you recall if this bedroom had more than one closet?
Yes, it did.
Do you know which closet's being depicted in this photograph?
The north closet.
This is State's Exhibit 516. What's being shown here?
I have kind of turned in the bedroom, so now I'm facing kind of southwest, so that's the south closet door.
And to the left portion of this photograph, there appears to be another door that's open. Do you recall what that room would be?
That led into the bathroom.
This is State's Exhibit 517. What is this here?
I'm standing next to the north closet, facing back, kind of out towards the other side of the bedroom.
And does there appear to be a computer monitor or workstation set up there in the corner of that bedroom?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 518. This is just another angle showing the entrance to the bathroom.
Yes.
Does it appear, or from your own memory, was the only way to enter the bathroom to walk through this bedroom?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you begin documenting the closets in that bedroom as well?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 523. Do you recall which closet this photograph would have been taken of?
That's the north closet.
And State's Exhibit 524, more of the north closet.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 525, again, just more of the north closet.
Yes.
Were you provided any information about whose closet, or who primarily used this closet in that bedroom?
No one told me, no.
Did it appear to have mostly clothing a male would wear?
Yes.
And this is State's 527. Would this be the south closet then?
Yes.
And 528, is this when you just would start documenting the south closet?
Yes.
And 529, more photos of the south closet.
Correct.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 532. What's being shown in this photograph here?
That is some clothing that was laid out on the bed.
And was that clothing already on the bed when you first walked into the bedroom?
I believe it was bundled up on the corner of the bed.
Now, did you document this clothing further, including the sizes and that type of thing?
I believe so, yes.
And did they all appear to be adult-sized clothing?
Yes.
Showing you then States 534. One thing I would like to just point out is obviously some of the earlier pictures of the bed appeared to be made. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now in States Exhibit 534, the bed does not appear to be made anymore. What was happening as you're taking these photographs?
Detectives had started searching the scene.
So then in States Exhibit 534, what were you capturing in this photo?
I was taking kind of a mid-range or intermediate photo of, you can see the gloves on the floor and then a pistol under the bed.
Then States Exhibit 535, the close-up of those latex gloves.
Yes.
And then States Exhibit 536, what's being shown here?
A close-up of how the pistol was situated under the bed, or under the mattress.
You better do that. Now, do you recall if there were other items located underneath the mattress in this residence?
Yes, there was.
Showing you States Exhibit 537. What are we being shown here?
We've lifted up the mattress, and those items were sitting like that underneath the mattress.
And what are these items?
There's the pistol that I was taking photos of before, and then a small, looks like a kitchen knife, and then a larger machete type knife.
This is States Exhibit 539. Is this that same machete we just saw in the last photo, just taken out of the sheath?
Yes.
This is States Exhibit 542. Where was this photo taken?
This, I believe, was right outside the bedroom.
And
or in a closet.
In the south closet?
Closet, yeah.
Can you sort of see the bed still on the left-hand side of the photo?
Yes.
What were you capturing here?
The items on the floor and then another machete type knife in a sheath.
Showing you States Exhibit 550. What appears to be in this photograph?
It's a close-up of the pistol that was under the mattress.
And then in 552, what are we being shown here?
I have removed the magazine from the pistol, and then the cartridge at the top of the photo was the one in the chamber of the firearm.
And then 553, again, is that a close-up of that same chamber that was removed from the firearm?
Yes.
And then what is also being depicted in this photograph?
The magazine that was in the pistol with a cartridge loaded into it.
And do you recall how many cartridges were in that magazine?
Just the one.
Showing you then States Exhibit 555. What's being depicted here?
A close-up of the head stamp on the cartridge from the chamber.
And are you able to just read any of the markers on that particular cartridge?
It's an RP 9mm Luger.
And is that just a type of ammunition?
Yes.
This is States Exhibit 560. What are we looking at here?
It's an Iowa identification card for Henry Dinkins.
And that was located as well during the search?
Yes.
Now, going back to a search of that south closet, this is State's Exhibit 562. It looks upside down. What were you photographing here?
An intermediate or mid-range photo of a box of ammo in that bag.
This is State's Exhibit 563. Is this a close-up of that same box of ammunition?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 564. Again, what was being photographed here?
That's the side of the box showing what caliber the ammunition was.
And it appears to be 9mm Luger.
Yes.
And then in State's Exhibit 565, what's being shown here?
That's all the ammo that was in the box.
One of the bullets appears to be flipped. Do you know who did that?
Yes, I did that to show the top of that ammunition.
And so, with the finding of this particular box of ammunition, you note that there are 2 bullets that appear to be missing from this box.
Yes.
Yet there were 2 bullets found, one inside the chamber of that gun and one in the magazine, correct?
Correct.
And did those bullets appear consistent with the bullets in this box?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 567. What are we being shown here?
A pair of pink sunglasses that was sitting on top of that half wall in between the kitchen and living room.
And what was the purpose of photographing these sunglasses?
They appeared to belong to a girl.
Were they smaller in size?
Yes.
And then back to that south closet in the bedroom, State's Exhibit 568. What's being photographed here?
An intermediate photo of what I believe was an airsoft gun in the shoebox.
Again, this is 569. What's being shown here?
A closer photo of that same airsoft gun.
This is State's Exhibit 571. What's in this photograph?
A box of SCCY ammunition.
And in the prior photograph of the airsoft gun, State's 569, was that airsoft gun on top of this box?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 573, what's in this exhibit?
That's the interior of that box. I misspoke. It wasn't an ammunition box. It was a gun box.
And what appears to be inside that box?
A plastic bag containing a couple base plates, an empty magazine, and a couple keys.
This is State's Exhibit 574. What are we being shown here?
An intermediate photo of that desk area in the bedroom with some electronics on it.
And does there appear to be a cell phone plugged in, at least in this photograph?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 577, what's being shown here?
It's in the living room. We just opened that closet to see, you can see the water heater or whatever's in there.
And Was there anything of any value found in that utility closet?
I don't believe so.
This states Exhibit 583. This is obviously a window. Do you recall which window this would have been in the apartment?
I believe it's the window above the bed in the bedroom.
And though it may be a little hard to see, but through the blinds, what would you be looking at then?
The parking lot of the apartment complex.
In States Exhibit 584, what's being shown there?
I'm photographing the lock on the window.
And does the window appear to be locked?
I don't recall if up or down was the locked position.
But that was the purpose of documenting that?
Correct.
This is States Exhibit 587. What are we being shown here?
The exterior of the apartment on the same side as Costco, so that east side of the apartment.
And then 588, what's being shown here?
Again, the east side of the apartment, exterior.
And again, that apartment is a second-story apartment.
Correct.
So this photograph would capture the distance from that window to the ground.
Yes.
States Exhibit 589, what's being shown here?
The window in the living room.
And this is States 591, what's being shown here?
Again, showing where the lock was on the window.
This is States Exhibit 594. What's in this photograph?
It's a kind of mid-range close-up of a white t-shirt.
And was this t-shirt located in the bedroom?
Yes.
This is States Exhibit 595. Is that a close-up of the tag of that t-shirt?
Yes.
And what size does that t-shirt appear to be?
5XL.
And then States Exhibit 596. What's being depicted here?
A pair of gloves that were also found in the bedroom.
Now, in addition to photographing several items and overall photos taken throughout that apartment, were there several items that were collected as well?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as States Exhibit 69. What is States Exhibit 69?
The black and blue machete.
And was that an item that was located in that apartment on July 10th, 2020 that you would have documented in the photos we just went through?
I don't think this is the right one. This was collected by
That's on a different date.
a different date. Okay.
That's when it was returned from the FBI.
Gotcha. Okay, yes.
So based on the description then on the label, the black and blue machete,
Yes.
was that the item you would have collected then on July 10th, 2020?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 69 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 69 will be admitted.
Also then going to show you States Exhibits 70, 71, and 72. Do you recognize these items?
Yes.
Okay, starting with Exhibit 70. What is that item?
The small,
And Exhibit 71, what is that item?
the pink camouflage pistol that was underneath the mattress.
And 72.
The pistol box that was in the closet.
And were all of these items then collected by you on July 10th from the same apartment and kept in the care and custody and control of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, we would offer Exhibits 70, 71, and 72 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
Now, Ms. Baker, while you were at this apartment on July 10th, at some point were you asked to photograph a black Camaro?
Yes.
Do you recall who asked you to photograph that Camaro?
I don't.
Would it have been a detective or somebody on scene?
Yes.
And do you know why you were asked to photograph the black Camaro?
I was advised that it belonged to someone that lived in the apartment.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 13-1 through 13-11. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And what is being depicted in 13-1 through 11?
Photos of the black Camaro.
And were these photographs that you would have taken on July 10th, and are they fair and accurate of what you observed at that time?
Yes.
The state would offer Exhibits 13-1 through 13-11 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
You may publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So, showing you States Exhibit 13-1, again, what are we being shown here?
An overall of the front of the black Camaro.
Now, when you were taking photographs of the Camaro, what was the purpose of that at that point in time?
At that point, just to make sure Briasia wasn't in the vehicle.
So this is States Exhibit 13-3. Again, what's being shown here?
The exterior passenger side of the vehicle.
At some point then, was the vehicle opened and photographs taken of the inside?
Yes.
Was Briasia located inside the vehicle?
No.
Was there any additional testing or anything noted by you of significant value at that point in time?
Not at that time, no.
Was the purpose of anything you were doing at that point to try to identify any potential evidence or anything like that?
No.
To your knowledge, was that vehicle later seized and search warrants would have been executed at that point?
Yes.
Now, also on July 10th, at some point were you directed to 2 bags of clothing that would have been provided to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what these bags of clothing were?
I understood they were just the kids' clothes, dirty and clean, separated out.
Do you recall where you would have taken those photographs?
I believe I took them in the parking lot.
So at some point, the bags had been either brought to that parking lot?
Yes.
May I approach your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Baker, I'm handing you State's Exhibits 14-1 through 36. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
Photos of the clothing that were in those bags.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the clothing in the bags that you would have photographed on July 10th, 2020?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, the state offers 14-1 through 36 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
And may republish, Your Honor.
You may.
So showing you then first, 14-1. What are we looking at here?
And the interior of a Disney bag with clothes inside.
Now, while you were handling these bags, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And after taking photographs of the bags, did you then take out each individual item and take photographs of those specific items as well?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that some of the bags appeared to have clean clothes in them and some appeared to have dirty clothes in them. Is that fair?
Yes.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1424. Is that the second bag of clothing?
Yes.
And do you recall which bag appeared to have clean clothes versus the dirty clothes?
I don't.
Did the items of clothing appear to be both belong to a female and a male?
Yes.
Were they children's clothing?
Yes.
And at the time that you photographed these items, did you then collect them and take them into evidence as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you do any sort of further processing or testing of the clothing, these specific items, throughout this investigation?
No.
Now, when you would have taken these items into evidence, what would you have done with them?
I would have brought them back to the police department with me, and they would have been placed into an evidence bag and put through a pass-through to the property and evidence room.
And is that what you would have done with all of the items that you would have seized from this particular location?
All of them except the ones that I processed would have been placed into my secure locker at our workstations.
And do you recall what items you would have specifically processed?
I processed items 13 through 15, item 20, 21, and 23.
Now, we don't have that list in front of us. What specific items are you referring to?
The black and blue machete, the small kitchen knife, the pink camouflage pistol, the box of ammunition, the pistol box from the closet, and the pink sunglasses from the kitchen banister.
And what type of further processing would you have done on those items?
I took some DNA swabs and processed for latent fingerprints.
Did you locate any fingerprints on any of those items that would have been suitable for identification?
I believe so.
Which items did you note fingerprints on?
I lifted 2 latent fingerprints from the pink sunglasses, and then I photographed 6 areas of ridge detail on items 20 and 21.
So after locating those fingerprints and documenting them the way that you did, what would you have done with those items?
The latent fingerprint cards would have been placed in an envelope and given to property and evidence, and the photographs of the ridge detail would have been placed on a DVD, and then that DVD would have been given to property and evidence.
Now from there, do you decide what further processing happens with your findings?
No.
To your knowledge, was anything done with those specific findings?
I don't know.
Is it typical that you don't always know what happens further with the investigatory steps in these types of cases?
Yes, it's typical that I don't know.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So essentially, you've testified that on July 10th of 2020, you show up at this Jersey Meadow apartment, and then you take, hundreds of pictures, essentially.
Yes.
Right. And then, can you tell me or remind me what time you got to the Jersey Meadow apartment on July 10th, 2020?
I got there at 13:11 hours, so 1:11 p.m.
Okay, and then remind me, I think you stated in your previous testimony that you were unaware whether anybody from the police department or any other law enforcement agency had already been there.
I was unaware if they had started a search yet. I assume they cleared the apartment, which is typical, but I didn't know if they had searched anything yet.
Okay. Are you aware whether anybody had already been in the building from the police department?
I assume they cleared the apartment to make sure it was safe for everyone to go in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I want to talk about this gun that you found. You didn't do the processing or collection of that gun, right? All you did was just take the picture of it. Or did you process and collect it?
I collected and processed it for DNA and prints.
Okay. So you lifted prints off of it, or did you not?
I did not locate any prints on that item.
Okay. And then is it uncommon for people in these sort of crime scenes to keep firearms under their beds?
Is it uncommon?
Is it uncommon?
No.
Is it uncommon to keep any sort of weapon under somebody's bed?
No, it's not.
So typically when you arrive at these sort of crime scenes or these places where you're executing a search warrant, it's typical to find guns or other sorts of weapons under mattresses, under beds.
Yes.
Okay. Now that ammunition that you took a picture of, is that the only ammunition that was found in that apartment?
I believe so, other than the 2 that were in the pistol.
Okay, so there wouldn't have been any 38 special ammunition?
I don't believe so. Not when I was there.
Okay, no Winchester ammunition?
No.
And then no other firearm found other than the BB or whatever it was?
Correct.
Okay. Notice any as you were walking around and you're taking pictures, did you notice any blood stains or what appeared to be blood stains around this apartment?
I did not.
Anything with any sort of splatter?
No.
Did you smell any bleach?
I did not.
Did you find any bleach?
Not that I recall.
Didn't take pictures of any bleach in that apartment?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. But if you had, you would have obviously turned that over to the Davenport Police Department
Yes.
or any other law enforcement agency that was there.
Yes.
Other than those few items that you named, did you process or collect any other physical items?
Other than which ones?
I think you named about 3 or 4.
So those are the ones specifically that I named that I processed. I collected several others also.
Okay. Did you, the ones that you processed, the latent prints, other than those that we've already mentioned, you collected several items, right?
Correct.
But didn't process or test any of those items?
Correct.
That would have been somebody else's job?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Baker, is it common to find multiple weapons underneath a mattress in someone's room?
No.
Now, you didn't take any photographs of items inside of like the kitchen cabinets or anything like that?
No.
The specific items you photographed, were those items located by detectives during their search that they then directed you to photograph?
Yes.
But again, you weren't directed to anything specific in any of the kitchen cabinets or bathroom cabinets or anything like that?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Before we adjourn for the day, I believe I still need to make a record of our bench conference concerning the receipt from Walmart, if I'm correct. I would like to make a record of that. There's a discussion of that. The defense made an objection to the receipt for lack of foundation. The court has now been presented with a stipulation. And I assume that this will be uploaded in the case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That was a stipulation that was drawn up by defense counsel, which would set the parameters of the understanding between the parties. And then I would assume that Mr. Freeze will upload that, or we can upload it for him, whatever they prefer. And then in addition, Your Honor, pursuant to the bench conference, the state has contacted Matt Gahant. Originally, we had thought that he would not need to appear based on that stipulation, but with further discussion, we have contacted him and he will be coming in so we can then lay the further foundation for the introduction of the receipt.
And essentially then the court granted the objection or sustained the objection by the defense counsel, and that is correct. Directed the state that if they wish to introduce that, they would have to lay that proper foundation with that witness for that receipt. Also, it's in the stipulation is essentially recognizing there are certain individuals that had employers or homeowners that had video systems in their homes. They will not be required to be called to provide that foundation evidence. Is that correct, Mr. Freeze?
Correct.
And is that a fair summary of the bench conference?
It is.
And you would agree also, Ms. Cunningham?
I would, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll be adjourned at this time. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock. Thank you.